Cartesian Linguistics. In this extraordinarily original and profound work, Noam Chomsky discusses themes in the study of language and mind since the end of the 16th century in order to explain the motivations and methods that underlie his work in linguistics, the science of mind, and even politics. This edition includes a new and specially written introduction by James McGillivray, contextualizing the work for the 21st century. It has been made more accessible to a larger audience. All the French and German in the original edition has been translated, and the notes and bibliography have been brought up to date. The relationship between the original edition, published in 1966, and contemporary biolinguistic work is also explained. This challenging volume is an important contribution to the study of language and mind, and to the history of these studies since the end of the 16th century. Noam Chomsky is Institute Professor and Professor of Linguistics, Emeritus, in the Department of Linguistics and Philosophy at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Cartesian Linguistics. A chapter in the History of Rationalist Thought. Noam Chomsky, Professor of Linguistics, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. 3rd edition. Edited with a new introduction by James McGillivray. Cambridge University Press. Cambridge, New York, Melbourne, Madrid, Cape Town, Singapore, Sao Paulo. Cambridge University Press, The Edinburgh Building, Cambridge, CB2 8RU, UK. Published in the United States of America by Cambridge University Press, New York. Contents. Introduction to the 3rd edition. James McGillivray. Cartesian Linguistics. Acknowledgements. Introduction. Creative aspect of language use. Deep and surface structure. Description and explanation in linguistics. Acquisition and use of language. Summary. Notes. Bibliography index. Page 1. 53, 55. 57, 59, 78, 93, 98, 107. 109, 147, 154. V. Introduction to the 3rd edition. James McGillivray. I. An overview. Cartesian Linguistics, CL, began as a manuscript written while Noam Chomsky was a 35-year-old fellow of the American Council of Learned Societies. An early version of it was prepared for presentation as a Christian Gauss lecture on criticism at Princeton University early in 1964. Perhaps because it proved beyond the audience, it was not delivered, and Chomsky presented the general lecture on linguistics as understood at the time. The manuscript, however, was revised and published in 1966. An intellectual tour de force. CL is not an easy text to read, but it is certainly a rewarding one. It is an unprecedented and, so far, unequaled linguistic philosophical study of linguistic creativity and the nature of the mind that is able to produce it. CL begins by describing the sort of linguistic creativity that is found with virtually every sentence produced by any person, including young children. As its subtitle, a chapter in the History of Rationalist Thought, suggests it will, though, CL soon turns to focus on the kind of mind that is required to make this sort of creativity possible, and on the best way to study such a mind, and language in it. The 17th century philosopher René Descartes figures prominently in the discussion and the book's title. This is because he was among the first to recognize the importance of this ordinary form of linguistic creativity, creativity exhibited by everyone, not just poets, for the study of the human mind. 1. Because of this, and because a group of linguists and philosophers who came after Descartes shared his insight, even though they might have disagreed with Descartes in other ways, and directed their study of language and the mind towards dealing with the issues it posed. Chomsky titled his study of their work and of their opponents Cartesian Linguistics. Those who Chomsky thinks can plausibly deal with these issues that linguistic creativity poses for the study of mind and language he calls rationalists. Those who cannot, he calls empiricists. In this introduction I add romantic to Chomsky's label rationalist to emphasize what is implicit in a study of ordinary linguistic creativity and its role in human thought and action, that the rationalists of interest to him, like the romantics he focuses on, recognize there. 1. 2. Introduction to the third edition. Centrality in everyday life of freedom of thought and action, and they try with their view of the human mind to speak to how this creativity is possible. For many of them, and certainly for Chomsky in particular, the nature of language itself as a component of the mind, brain plays a central role in the explanation. Cartesian linguistics has many assets. One is that it places Chomsky's effort to construct a science of language in a broad historical context. It does not pretend to be a work in intellectual history. It is too brief and too selective in the individuals it discusses for that. Too, but it does offer important insights into the works of historical figures, and uncovers and discusses often ignored but clearly relevant historical texts. It also revitalizes a rivalry that has lasted for centuries and that, in 1966 and still now, continues in the cognitive sciences. Another asset is the understanding it gives of the basic observations that lie behind Chomsky's and other rationalist romantics' research strategy or fundamental methodology for the study of language and mind. There are two sets of observations. 1. The poverty of the stimulus facts focuses on the gap between what minds obtain when they acquire a rich and structured cognitive capacity such as vision or language, and the small and impoverished input that the mind receives as it develops the capacity. Another, the creative aspect of language use observations, focuses on the fact that people, even small children, use language in ways that are uncaused and innovative, while still appropriate. Because of its extensive discussion of linguistic creativity, Cartesian linguistics focuses more than any of the rest of Chomsky's works on the creativity facts, and explores their implications for the science of mind and the explanation of behavior, and it touches on their broader implications for politics and education, and even art, especially poetry. By describing a form of creativity that everyone exercises in their use of language, a creativity that figures in virtually all thought and action where language figures, it highlights a common phenomenon that seems to defy scientific explanation. Humans use language creatively routinely, yet this routine use seems to be an exercise of free will. If it is, it would hardly be surprising if the tools of science, which work well with determination or randomness, fail to describe or explain the use of language. Free actions are uncaused, hence not determined, yet they are nevertheless typically appropriate, hence not random. To Chomsky, as to other rationalist romantics, this suggests that if you want to construct a science of mind and language, you should avoid trying to construct a science of how people use their minds, and especially their language. Do not try to construct a science of linguistic behavior. Perhaps, in fact, given the degree to which language infuses and shapes so much of how we understand and act, do not try to construct sciences of action and behavior in general. Introduction to the third edition. 3. This is not to say that one should not try to construct a science, in fact, many sciences, of the mind. And it did not stop any of the rationalist romantics, with the partial but puzzling exception of Descartes 3, from trying to construct sciences of mind and language. After all, the poverty of the stimulus facts for language and other domains, such as vision and facial recognition, suggests that there can be sciences of at least some components of the mind. They seem to indicate that the mind is made up of innate systems that grow automatically, much as do the human heart and liver. Adopting such a research strategy is called nativism. Rationalist romantics are nativists. Adopting this strategy, Descartes to an extent aside, rationalist romantic strategists aimed in one way or another, and with different degrees of success, to offer species universal, objective theories of various components of the mind, components of the mind that the tradition called faculties. Mental faculties, we would now say modules, do seem to work determinately. Or, at least, rationalist romantic efforts, such as Descartes' ventures into a computational theory of vision, the Port Royal grammarian's efforts to produce a universal, philosophical, grammar, Cudworth's speculations about the nature of an innate cognoscitive power, and von Humboldt's effort to deal with the mental machinery needed to provide for creativity, have managed with varying success to deal with aspects of deterministic sciences of various faculties. Progress has been much greater since the mid-1950s. David Marr and Chomsky and their co-workers have produced advanced nativist sciences of vision and language. Their obvious success, and the more limited successes of earlier rationalist romantics, seems to indicate that it is possible to construct sciences of various parts of the mind/brain, although not of the ways in which humans use what these components provide them to deal with the world and otherwise solve various problems. The very real risk of failure when one tries to go outside the head to deal with the complexities of human action and behavior suggests that the scientist of mind should focus on what is in the head and how what is in a particular person's head comes to have the shape and content that it does, how it grows. Chomsky's term for this strategy for the study of mind is internalist. In addition to adopting nativist assumptions, rationalist romantics adopt an internalist approach to the sciences of mind. Linguistic creativity observations seem to suggest that this is the only one likely to prove fully successful. Of course, some of the evidence for a science of what is in the head, although by no means all, comes from observing how a person behaves, in the case of language, how a person pronounces the sentence, and when and whereas he uses it, among other things. But, obviously, an internalist theory of what is in the head is not just a compilation of this or any other kind of evidence. The theory is concerned with what really is in the head and how it works. It is concerned with the principles of operation of a faculty, module, with its internal. 4. Introduction to the third edition. Inputs and outputs, and with how this faculty develops and grows as the organism develops. It does not follow, by the way, that the rationalist romantic theorist's nativist and internalist approach to the mind has nothing to say about creative linguistic behavior and action. For as suggested above, it can, and does, account both for what in the human mind makes linguistic creativity possible, and for why linguistically informed creative behavior is available only to humans. In recent years, Chomsky's label for his approach to mind and language has changed from rationalistic to biolinguistic. He and others working in the field are now called biolinguists. The label change highlights a characteristic of Chomsky's efforts to construct sciences of language from the start of his work. The aim has always been to try to accommodate the science of language to some natural science, thus biology, for biology alone can explain how language is innate, why it is unique to humans, and how it grows. Nevertheless, biolinguistic research strategy is just the rationalist romantics nativist and internalist strategy updated. The same poverty and creativity observations continue to be honored. Rationalist romantic, RR, research strategy is alive and well in the practices of biolinguists. A third asset of Cartesian linguistics, CL, is that it points to the central role of linguistic creativity in almost all human affairs. Unlike organisms that lack language, we can and do think and talk about anything, anywhere. We speculate and wonder, question and doubt, organize ourselves in non-kin and non-contact communities, cooperate to carry out projects, live and thrive in many environments, engage in fantasy and play, and so on. Our cognitive capacities in general are much more flexible than those of other creatures. We can adapt to various environments and solve, and create, problems well out of the range of any other kind of creature. We can make and interpret art, develop various forms of religion and the kinds of explanation they offer, develop ourselves and our cultures. Linguistic creativity surely has a central role to play in all this, and the operations of the language faculty in making possible this central feature of what makes us human, giving us our distinctive human natures. The implications of this gift were not lost on E.W. Schlegel von Humboldt or, following them, Chomsky. Some are political. I discuss some of these briefly in another section of this introduction. The introduction has 4 parts. In the next, part 2, I discuss in more detail the place of the rationalist romantic view of the mind and its study in Chomsky's work, and explain how this view, and along with it his science of mind, have developed since 1966's Cartesian Linguistics to become contemporary biolinguistics. I also contrast it to the empiricist view of the right strategy to use in investigating the mind, focusing on some of empiricism's contemporary versions. One of my aims in this part is to emphasize the importance of taking Descartes' creativity observations seriously. Doing this while also taking Introduction to the 3rd edition. 5. Seriously, the poverty of the stimulus observations leads, I suggest, to the remarkable progress seen in recent years in the scientific study of mind and language. Part 3 focuses on Descartes and his contributions and failures. The other, Part 4, takes up briefly some of the implications of biolinguistic study of language and mind for politics and education. Readers might want to read Chomsky's rich text right now, and return to Part 2 to learn more about the RR strategy for the study of mind, and about progress in Chomsky's approach to language since 1966. Alternatively, they might want to read Part 2 now to get an overview of the RR research strategy and why it seems to lead to progress in the science of mind where empiricist strategy seems to fail. Parts 3 and 4 are for those who become curious about Descartes' specific contributions, and about the implications of an internalist and nativist research strategy for politics and education. This 3rd edition of CL, like an earlier 2nd, is in English alone. In the original 1966 text, Chomsky left many quotations drawn from the works of those he discusses in French or German. For the most part, he used translations only if they were available at the time. To make the 2nd edition more accessible to the wider audience, CL deserves, Susan Judith Hoffman translated the texts in German that remained, and Robert Stutoff the parts that remained in French. Most of the French translations of Descartes' works that Chomsky had included in the original have been replaced with improved ones from later translations, specifically those available in volumes 1 to 3 of John Cottingham, Robert Stutoff, Dougal Murdoch, and, for the 3rd volume alone, Anthony Kenny's Cambridge editions of the philosophical writings of Descartes. With all translations, an effort was made to suit both the original text and Chomsky's terminology. Sometimes this required minor modifications in available translations to make clear what Chomsky seems to have seen in the untranslated originals. I cannot, no one can, guarantee that the translations or changes exactly capture what the original texts intended, of course, but the overall result meets, I believe, the demands of both scholar and student, thanks to Professors Stutoff and Hoffman's admirable work. Finally, I thank a former graduate student, now Professor, Steve McKay, for his work in the preparation of an index for the 2nd edition. The original had no index at all. The current index modifies McKay's to accommodate this introduction. Note the following conventions. Chomsky's endnote numbers continue from those of the new introduction. Editorial additions to Chomsky's notes appear in square brackets. For the most part, these additions offer suggestions for further study. Chomsky's references to texts and pages remain as they were in the original. All additions have the form, author, date of publication, page. I added bibliographical items dated after 1966. 6. Introduction to the 3rd edition. Noam Chomsky read this introduction early in 2008 and sent me many useful comments. I am very grateful. His comments led to several changes and improvements. In 2 places, I simply quoted what he had to say. I am also very grateful to Cedric Boakes, Oran Magel, and Juhani Livakuri for reading drafts of this introduction. I don't doubt that errors remain. They are, however, entirely mine. 2. The Science of Mind and Language. 2.1 Creativity and Poverty, Internalists, Nativists, and their opponents. Rationalist romantics, RRs, and empiricists differ a great deal in their views of the mind and, not surprisingly, in their views of how the mind should be studied. They differ both in how they conceive of the mind having the shape and content it does, and in how they conceive of the role of the world outside the head in shaping and giving content. Empiricists claim that we learn much of what we get, at least, when it comes to higher concepts and cognitive processes. RRs disagree. These are mostly innate. For comparing these views highlights the features of each, and allows us to ask which view, and which research strategy based on that view, has the best prospects of success. To illustrate their differences, let us look at how each camp conceives of 2 kinds of mental entities and how they come to be in the mind, how they are acquired or learned. One class consists of atomic concepts such as water, drink, cold, and thousands of others that we use in various ways to carry out various cognitive tasks, such as describing, speculating, reminiscing, telling stories, etc. The other class of entities consists of the rules or principles that govern how the mind puts the elemental concepts that words express together to assemble the complex concepts expressed by phrases and sentences. Phrases include drink cold water, and endless others. Sentences include Jane will only drink cold water and endless others. Humans, or better, human minds, routinely put together complexes such as these. 5. The RRs hold that the mind's concepts and the ways of putting them together in language and thought are largely innately configured. They also hold, then, that the right way to study the mind is to construct theories of the various sorts of inner mental machinery that put concepts in place or activates them, configures them in forms that the machinery allows or requires, and does the same for the rules or principles that govern how to put concepts together in the complex forms expressed by sentences. The RR theorist is a nativist, someone who maintains that both concepts and the ways to put them together to make complexes such as those expressed by sentences are somehow innate, implicit in the mind. And because the RR researcher is a nativist and tries to say what concepts and combinatory mechanisms are and how they develop in a child's automatic process of. Introduction to the 3rd edition. 7. Maturation by constructing theories of the innate mechanisms and their operations without trying to include any objects outside the head in the subject matters of their theories. RR theorists also adopt an internalist research strategy. RRs, see in this regard especially C.L.'s discussions of von Humboldt and Herbert of Chibury, point to what they see as a strong connection between nativism and the phenomena of everyday linguistic creativity. Ordinary linguistic creativity along with its important consequences, the capacity to engage in fantasy, speculation, play, planning, thought and connect it to current circumstance, plus the capacity to construct theories of the world, such as speculating who is going to win the next election or the next game of football, is readily available to everyone at an early age, RRs hold, only because hundreds of thousands of richly endowed linguistically expressed concepts and the means of putting them together are innate and thus readily available at an early age. Because they are, children's minds readily provide innovative sentences, which the child can use in multiple ways. Anyone can observe mental creativity in young children. It is found in using often novel sentences in understanding and doing in various ways. It is exhibited not just in speech, but in turning cardboard boxes into houses, in a child's fantasies, and wondering about how something works. in children's estimates of what their parents and other children intend, in their experimentation with various tools and toys, and so on. The issue is how young children can manage to be so creative at a young age, certainly by the time they are 4 or so, often before then. Since one must assume that with a child as with anyone else, the conceptual tools one needs to classify and think, and the combinatory mechanisms that allow one to put concepts together in various kinds of arrangements must be in place before they can be assembled in complexes. The only way to explain the early appearance of creativity is to assume innateness of both concepts and combinatory principles. And it is only because these concepts and principles of assembly and the ways to activate them with minimal experience are built into children's mind, presumably lodged in their genome and the ways it develops or grows, that we can quickly understand their creative efforts, and they ours. Innateness provides a basis for understanding one another, even at a young age. For innate concepts can be thought of as the meanings of words, lexical items. In technical terms, they constitute words' internal content, or perhaps intrinsic content. As suggested in Part 1, Araz also emphasized a connection between creativity and their decision to adopt internalism as a research policy for the scientific study of the mind. Consider what happens if one decides to construct a theory, a science now, not a guess about the outcome of a football match, of an interesting and important aspect of the use of language and concepts, using language to refer to things. At the very least, attempting this requires focusing not just on words and how they are assembled into phrases and sentences in a system in the head, but on relationships between these internal entities and things and classes. 8. Introduction to the third edition of Things in the Outside World. Doing this expands the subject matter of one's theory to include not just mental objects, concepts and such, but things and classes of things in the world, and perhaps their properties too. It also demands that the relations between what is inside the head and what outside be natural and determinate, fixed perhaps by something like biological growth. That is a daunting and, if the creativity observations are taken into account, very likely impossible task. One will find no determinate head-world relations of the sort required to fix the uses of sentences. 6. Yet many contemporary philosophers, Putnam, Kripke, Berg, Fodor, etc., believe that in order to make sense of how language is meaningful at all, and for its words to have meaning, one must assume a determinate connection between some nouns, at least, and things in the world, a single thing for a proper name, or a class of things for a general term. The relationship must be determinate, or involve very few specifiable options. Otherwise tools of theory construction fail. Proceeding on this assumption, the supposed determinate relationship is often called reference, although denotation and signification are also used. It is often claimed that nouns, or at least some of them, refer rigidly, to use Kripke's colorful terminology. Ordinary linguistic creativity poses a serious problem for an attempt to construct a theory of meaning that requires determinate head-world relationships. If you hold that meaning depends on reference and you want a theory of meaning for a language, you better hope that for each noun, there is a determinate referent. Or if, like Gottlob Frege, 1892, you think that a referential relationship to things is more complicated, that a word is first linked to a sense, for him, an abstract object, and a sense in turn fixes a reference, you better hope that for every noun there is a single sense, and for each such sense, a single referent. Otherwise, your theory will have to allow for all of the complex and highly variable factors that figure in a person's use of language for various purposes, and in the efforts people make to understand what another person's linguistic actions mean, what they intend by them, including what they mean to refer to, if anything. You will have to take into account changes in a speaker's intentions, in the kind of job a word is being asked to do, tell someone how to get to Chicago, criticize a work of art, in the circumstances of speech, in irony as opposed to flat-footed description, in fiction as opposed to fact, and so on. To specify what the context of a discussion is, you will have to say what count as the subjects which form the immediate focus of interest. To quote the philosopher Peter Strassen, 7. And there is little hope that anyone can say what these are in a way that allows for any kind of population-wide uniformity, unless possibly the limit case, and hardly relevant for the conception of language, meaning, and reference the philosophers under consideration have in mind. The population consists of the speaker alone, at a time, trying to accomplish a single, well-understood task. More generally, there is no guarantee that anything, even when dealing with flat-footed. Introduction to the third edition. 9. Description and small populations can be fixed determinately. To fix is to fix language use. Unfortunately for your project of constructing a theory based on hopes like these, as Descartes long ago and Chomsky in CL and elsewhere, new horizons in the study of language and mind, Chomsky 2000, among others, point out, people just do not care about what your theoretical efforts demand. They do not want, and do not produce, fixed uses, even of nouns. 8 And yet to a degree that seems to be adequate for solving everyday practical problems, at least, people still manage to understand theory resisting free uses of expressions, resisting the needs of those who would like to have regularity and even determination. People seem to benefit from their capacity to be creative. They enjoy using words in all sorts of ways, all the while being adequately, for the tasks at hand, understandable and speaking appropriately. Apparently, using a word, noun or other word, in the same way all the time is as tedious as putting a widget in a slot on an assembly line over and over. In a sum, in no case does anything determine how they or you must use a word or understand it when used by another, for whatever purpose, on whichever occasion. The use of language is a form of human action, and it is on the face of it a particularly innovative and uncaused, yet coherent and appropriate free form of it. Nevertheless, someone drawn to the kinds of cases Krupp and others focus on to provide a motivation for taking proper names as rigid designators seriously might suggest that nothing else explains how people with widely differing views of, say, Dick Cheney can still use Cheney and expect others to know who they intend. Given different understandings of Cheney, one cannot rely on what those others happen to know or assume about Cheney. So, it is argued, there must be some referential relationship that does not rely at all on people's knowledge or understanding of Cheney, or any other object or event to which one wants to refer. But this attempt at convincing an RR theorist is bogus. Nothing outside of context of speech or author-controlled context of writing 9 antecedently fixes a reference, antecedently, that is, to someone's using a term to refer, and someone else interpreting what the speaker says, using whatever resources he has. Of course, the process of determining what another person has in mind can fail, although our resources often prove sufficiently reliable that it does not matter for the purposes of discourse. These resources include shared biologies, as well as environments, communities, interests, choices in lexical pairings of sounds and the semantic features of the hearer's lexicon, and the like. These usually suffice. They must, words do not refer, people do, and those who would understand the speaker must, as best they can, put themselves into the position of the speaker by using whatever resources they have to figure out what the speaker has in mind. Two difficulties confront those who want to claim that there is a referential relationship between natural language terms and things out there. One is that in few cases, perhaps none, is there reason to think that the world out there. 10. Introduction to the third edition actually contains any things of the sort the fixed referentialists have in mind. London is a set of buildings on a territory, but it, the same thing, could be moved upstream to avoid inundation. Chomsky wrote failed states, which weighs half a kilo and it, the half kilo of wood pulp, is compelling, because it contains an argument. My personal library has failed states and my university library has it too. Theseus built a ship and replaced all of its planks which were then reassembled in the same positions, but Theseus's ship is the rebuilt model, not the reassembled one. The ways we understand things are fixed by our conceptual resources, and our conceptual resources clearly allow for things to be abstract and concrete at the same time. They contain wood pulp and information. They are one yet many, they let ownership and responsibility trump material constitution. These are only a few innumerable illustrations that indicate that we make the things of our world to suit our conceptual resources, and that typically these things are identified in terms of our interests, not some kind of objective standards. We routinely name persons, but what are persons such as Dick Cheney? Person is what Locke called a forensic concept, one that suits our need to assign responsibility for actions and that maintains psychic continuity. The point is general, the things and classes of things that make up the world as we typically understand it are not the well-defined entities of the sciences. What, however, of a referentialist favorite, water? Surely water is H2O. Chomsky, 2000, 1995a, offers many examples that indicate that we natural language users have nothing like the scientists' H2O in mind when we speak and think of water. We find no difficulty in saying that water becomes tea when heated and a tea bag is placed in it. Our water washes us and our possessions. It may or may not be clear. It is what is in a river, no matter what it may contain in addition. Even if pollutants constitute the majority, water can be calm or disturbed, and so on. Most of the universe's water is in a glassy state, in asteroids, and the like, yet if a glass is made of this material, it is not offered for chewing when one asks for a glass of water. These and other examples constitute the background for Chomsky's otherwise enigmatic remark that water is H2O is not a sentence of English. It is not because H2O belongs to molecular chemistry. Water is what our natural language English water expresses. If still not convinced, Chomsky points to a parallel in phonology. The syllable // is in the head. It is not out there. The point is general. Linguistic sounds are in the head. They do not issue from people's mouths. All that issues from people's mouths when they speak is a series of compressions and decompressions in the air, not // Just as there is no // out there, so there is no London.10. A second difficulty is that natural languages do not seem to have anything like what philosophers and some others call proper names, nouns that directly refer to a single entity, rigidly referring general terms such as water. Languages, the languages individuals have in their heads, do have. Introduction to the third edition. 11. Names, of course, that is a syntactic category of expression, one which may or may not be a primitive of a theory of a language. And names tend to have at least some meaning. Most people when hearing words such as Moses and Winchell will by default assign them something like the conceptual feature person name. Their specific lexicons might assign specific names more than this. But whether minimally or more heavily specified, names do have meanings, or express concepts. Understanding by that they have at least some semantic features, and they have meanings distinct from the proper nouns and rigidly referring terms postulated in philosophical discussion. Since they do, it is hard to understand why anyone would think that a theory of meaning for a natural language requires going outside the head. Perhaps, however, there is an explanation for this, an analogy to science and the practices of scientists. One that has often misled studies of natural language. Notice that familiarity with a person and his or her circumstances, reliance upon folk theories and other default strategies, and the like, play no role in understanding technical presentations in mathematics and the natural sciences. Nevertheless, reference for the group of participants, mathematicians and scientists, is virtually determinate, and the terms they use really do seem to refer by themselves. This is not, however, because the symbols of technical work really do refer by themselves, but rather because all of the participants can be assumed, as Frege put it, to grasp the same sense, and the sense is taken by all to characterize an entity or class of entities drawn from the subject matter of their joint project, whether it be mathematics, elementary particle physics, or formal linguistics. There is room for disagreement over whether a difficult proof succeeds, or a hypothesis is correct, but in doing technical work in a scientific or mathematical domain, it can be assumed everyone knows what a speaker is talking about, what S he refers to. One physicist's chiral anomaly is the same as another's, one mathematician's Aleph-Nel another's, because they strive to be speaking of the same thing, whatever that might be. This is because, as Chomsky suggests, in the domains of mathematics and the natural sciences, one finds strong normative constraints on same use, constraints not found in the use of natural language, where people employ and enjoy linguistic creativity. Everyday speakers are not engaged on a unified project. And as Chomsky also points out, it is no surprise that Fregean semantic theories, those that suppose a community with shared thoughts and shared uniform symbols for expressing these thoughts, and an assumed constraint to be talking about the same thing whenever they use a specific symbol, work quite well with mathematics and the natural sciences, 1996, ch. 2. But they do not work with natural languages, a hard lesson for the many philosophers and semanticians who try to adapt Fregean semantics to natural languages. Strong normative constraints on use, the conventions of David Lewis, supposedly needed in order to allow for communication and cooperation at all. 12. Introduction to the third edition. And the supposedly determinate practices of Sellers and Company do not exist. 11. They are just not needed in everyday speech. We have many resources available to deal with interpretation, and speaker and hearer find attempts to constrain fettering. That does not mean that one cannot have a theory of meaning for a natural language, but it must be internalist. In a sum, there is no reference apart from someone who refers relations to the outside world, and even in a sense the world outside as understood by the concepts expressed in natural languages, are established by and through actual uses. That is true in the sciences and everyday discourse, although in the sciences and math, as indicated, practices are normalized and come close enough to the Fregean picture of semantic theory to allow one to idealize and ignore the contributions of a person. All this puts internalists such as Chomsky in what is these days an unusual position. He rejects the very popular, among linguists and some philosophers, Fregean model of semantics, theory of meaning, and along with it what Jerry Fodor calls a representational theory of mind. If you hold that natural language reference, that which involves use of the terms of natural languages such as London by people in variable circumstances engaged on different projects and having variable interests, is not an apt subject matter for science, you must also hold that representation of things in the outside world by use of natural language terms is not either. Indeed, you must reject, or perhaps reinterpret, a considerable chunk of contemporary cognitive science, at the very least, that chunk that purports to offer us semantics for natural languages that assumes a relation between natural language entities and the world. Perhaps, as Fodor, 1998, put it, a representational, essentially Fregean, theory of such concepts is the only game in town. Yet Chomsky and other contemporary RR theorists, there are a few, seem to have no qualms about doing cognitive science and dealing with fully internally determined concepts, meanings. I suspect that is because they know that there is a non-representational naturalistic science of language and of what it provides the mind, likely in the form of semantic features, in place, and they think that this suffices for a theory of natural language meaning and meaning composition. If so, they can look at the loss of determinate mind-world relationships such as reference and denotation with equanimity. 12 Indeed, they might be quite willing to maintain that no science of vision, no other theory of the mind, need be committed to a Fodorian representational view. 13 Do the blobs of David Marr's vision denote anything out there? Surely not. His 3D representations do not, either. The points made above about the syllables /bar/ and /ta/ in phonology, an internalist science, are worth considering again in this connection. There is an interesting way in which Chomsky agrees with the philosopher Wittgenstein, whose later works, along with J.L. Ostein's, he was reading when he wrote his massive logical structure of linguistic theory, a work that takes language as a natural tool that can be used in various ways. Wittgenstein. Introduction to the third edition. 13. 1953, thought that words and sentences are tools that we use to carry out various everyday tasks, and he held that their meanings are the jobs they perform. Since they are, he thought, if you want to know what expression E means for person P, find out how S, he uses it, what function it serves in performing whatever task S, he is carrying out. Then he reasoned that since people use words and sentences in all sorts of ways, the best one can do is describe how another uses a word on an occasion. You cannot, he said, construct a theory of meaning if you think that the meanings of words are found in the ways they are used. In this respect he and Chomsky agree. There just is not enough uniformity in the ways people use expressions to support theory. So if you think of meanings in terms of their uses, you get no science. So far, Chomsky and he agree. But for Chomsky, that just shows that you are looking in the wrong place for a theory of meaning. Look at what biology provides you in the head. Wittgenstein's warning was generally ignored. Philosophers such as Lewis and Sellers and innumerable others simply assumed, perhaps with the practices of math and science in mind, that there must be a great deal more uniformity of use than appears, and postulated conventions and uniform practices that just do not exist. As we have seen with reference, that is not a good strategy. Internalists such as Chomsky suggest looking at the matter from the other direction. Do not think of meaning in terms of use, but think instead of internally sourced and theoretically specifiable features of words and sentences. These still provide tools. Having the natures they do allows them to be used in the ways that they obviously are. In other words, explain not how people use words, but how the creative use of words is possible. It is possible, the RR theorist holds, only because with language, internal systems provide configured and rich perspectives for the use of people. These perspectives have the shapes and characters they do because of the contributions of syntax, which puts words together, and semantic features of the words that compose them, where these semantic features are taken from internal resources. And these shapes and characters help shape and give meaning to experience and thought. Focusing now more closely on our strategy for investigating language, proceed by assuming that the language faculty is a modular internal system that operates in a determinate way, where that way is fixed as a result of principles of organic growth. The system is, then, innate, and because it operates when mature in determinate ways and develops in accordance within fixed constraints on growth, it is possible to construct a theory of it. That theory aims to describe and explain the internal operations of the faculty, assuming these to be procedures for taking the various kinds of information available in lexical items stored in a person's mental dictionary and, by a procedure that joins lexical items and the information that they contain to one another, yields a sentential expression. A sentential expression consists of a sound and a meaning. It can be thought of as a paired form of information, sound information and 14. Introduction to the third edition. Meaning information. Each kind of information appears in forms that can be read, understood by the relevant kinds of other internal systems at two interfaces, the sound interface, phonetic interface, and the meaning interface, semantic interface. The sound information is used by perceptual and articulatory systems to yield compressions varying in frequency and amplitude in air, or, as with thought, it stays inside, or to decode these signals received at the ear. The meaning information is used by conceptual and intentional systems to do, after the contributions of these other systems, with this information what a person wants, perhaps to ask someone a question or to try to figure out why her watch doesn't work. An internalist theory of linguistic meaning focuses not on how the semantic information in lexical items is read by other systems in the head, but rather on 1. Describing in theoretical terms the relevant kinds of information available in lexical items, and 2. Saying how it got there, answering Plato's problem, the acquisition problem, for lexical sounds and meanings. For children acquire words very quickly indeed, offering in doing so large numbers of poverty of the stimulus observations. Given the rate at which they are acquired, about 1 a waking hour between age 2 and 8. The specific characters of lexical sound information, and the intricacy of lexical meanings, intricate beyond anything described in the most detailed dictionary, we must assume some kind of internal mechanisms. Perhaps the most challenging one is the mechanism that assembles lexical meanings, that is, relevant kinds of semantic information. When that mechanism is specified, it will constitute an important part of an answer to Plato's problem for lexical acquisition. Then, 3. We must say how the semantic information in lexical items is composed by syntactic principles. Syntax yields a theory of compositionality, and 4. Indicate what is provided at the semantic interface to other systems, including modifications, if any, due to composition. All of this must be done, furthermore, while meeting standard conditions on naturalistic scientific research, outlined below. Accomplishing all of these tasks is very difficult, but there has been some progress. At least it is clearer now than it was 50 years ago how syntax contributes, and how to construe the overall contributions of language at the relevant interfaces to the rest of the mind. There has also been at least some progress made in investigating semantic features. But a lot remains to be done. Nothing looks to be impossible, though, as does a naturalistic theory of reference or a socially determinate account of use. Informally, one can think of the semantic information provided in a lexical item as a lexical concept, and of the semantic information combined at the semantic interface as a sentential concept. This captures the idea that concepts are the internal tools we humans use to, as above, ask someone a question or speculate about why one's watch does not work, and what to do about it. Internal conceptual tools are what we use to categorize, to think, to speculate, and so on. An internalist linguistic theory of meaning details there. Introduction to the third edition. 15. Contributions of the language faculty to a person's conceptual tools. That contribution, it seems, is substantial. And there is little doubt that syntax allows us to be as flexible in our cognitive exercises as we seem to be. A great deal more could be said, but this will suffice for this introduction. An internalist theory of linguistic meaning can go a long way towards making sense of why we think of our words and sentences as meaningful. They are meaningful because they offer us the tools to do what we do. But if semantic relationships to the outside world do not figure in internalist theories of language and their meanings, surely the outside world, its things and events, its social institutions and the practices of people, must figure in the RR picture of the mind and its study in some way. The world outside the head does figure, but in ways that do not challenge the RR assumptions and the internalist research strategy they base on them. First, as mentioned before, the audible and visible externalized ways people use concepts to think and act, to categorize, describe, assess, complain, convince, etc., provide some evidence for and against theories of the internal mechanisms. But, they point out, a theory does not consist of its evidence. Operationalism and instrumentalism, epistemological versions of behaviorism, and so on, are not theories. They are empiricist motivated, and very poor, methodological recommendations. A mental theory is a theory of an internal system, its algorithms or rules of operation, its inputs and outputs, and the means by which it comes to have these rules, etc. Second, the outside world is no doubt the source of some of the input or data, the experience needed for the language system, organ to begin to develop, and continue development to reach a steady state, vocabulary additions and subtractions aside. Just as vision does not develop normally if it is not given the right kinds of input during critical stages of development, so concepts and their combinatory mechanisms do not develop in the child unless they receive at least some external input of the right kind. In the case of language, the child does not develop language normally unless his or her mind is provided with at least some linguistic input that has the form of one natural language or another. The input required is, however, remarkably small, not in absolute scale, but relative to the specificity of what is acquired, and the input may be corrupt. Development is robust, it seems to be channeled. And, it is important to recognize, with neither concepts nor combinatory principles does the shape or character of what is activated result from the input. Perhaps the need for a concept arises as a result of prompting or stimulation from the outside world, but the shape and character of a concept or combinatory system is determined by the mind itself, not the world or community. Indeed, the mind's developmental operations say what kinds of data are needed. Generally, internal developmental mechanisms, not the external world or a person's community, specify the kinds of causes or external prompts, patterns required for activation and maturation. 14. 16. Introduction to the third edition. Given such beliefs about the mind and its study, the RR advocate is likely to maintain, as suggested above, that the view of the world that one gets through the lens of our innate concepts and combinatory principles owes more to the characters of our concepts and combinatory principles than it does to how the world might be in itself. To put a label on this kind of view, I will call it a form of constructivism. Our minds make the world, rather than the other way around. I mention it here to underscore the difference between the RR camp and the empiricist one. For empiricists believe that in the case of most concepts, perhaps not pure sensory ones, and combinatory principles, but the world shapes the mind. The RR's opponents, the empiricists, hold that most of the concepts expressed in natural languages, dog, house, wash, and the combinatory principles that place them in understandable sentences are not innate, but rather learned. Perhaps they are assemblies of perceptual features, Locke, Prince, 2002, specific kinds of roles constituted by the moves, inferences, people engage in when exercising social practices, connection weights in neural nets, and so on. However construed, concepts and rules are learned by engaging some kind of generalized learning procedure, hypothesis formation and testing, association, training procedures, behaviorist conditioning, that after repetition and feedback in the form of positive and negative evidence comes to converge on what society, the experimenter, the world, or some other assumed judge of meeting a criterion accepts. However construed, the empiricist believes that the environment, including society, makes and shapes concepts and the principles, rules, of their combination through some sort of generalized learning procedure, a procedure that usually involves not just a lot of sensory or other low-level input and or data, but a trial and error procedure of some sort, where error is corrected by some kind of negative evidence, that's not right, pain, punishment on a behaviorist version of empiricism, perhaps provided by parents or instructors, perhaps even, it is claimed, by the lack of data. because the empiricist holds that such procedures are sufficient to learn the thousands of concepts that 4-year-olds have available, and to learn the combinatory principles and structural constraints of a local language. The empiricists must assume that much of the child's early life and use of language is devoted to focused data gathering and training sessions that consist in getting the child to conform to the speech habits, proper, epistemically appropriate, etc., applications, or uses of concepts the child's trainers wanted to exhibit. For otherwise one would find, contrary to fact, children acquiring language and many thousands of concepts at very different times, depending on training, the resources of trainers, native intelligence, interest and devotion to duty, going through very different stages of development, and so on. However the story is told, empiricists are anti-nativist and externalist. They maintain that concepts such as those mentioned above and the combinatory principles or Introduction to the third edition. 17. Rules that languages offer to produce complexes of concepts. What sentences express, are learned by experience of things and events outside. Because of this, they must hold that study of the contents of the mind cannot be divorced from the environments in which the mind is situated, where an environment includes the language, crucially the linguistic behaviors, presumably respecting the linguistic practices of a community. In at least this sense, the empiricist is committed to an externalist program. There is a massive amount of question begging here. What, exactly, is a generalized learning procedure? How are hypotheses concerning the applications of concepts formed if one does not have the concepts in the first place? What counts as similar, what dissimilar? How, specifically, does analogy work in trying to extend acquired knowledge to unacquired? Where does linguistic structure come from? What counts as sufficient to show that child N has acquired any or all concepts? C1.cn, or rules, R1.rn. Where are all the trainers the learning procedure requires, and even assuming that there are some, where do they find the time? Why do children at a particular stage of development completely ignore, virtually not hear, their parents' admonitions to say went, not good? What about the fact that our concepts have little to do with what is really out there? Why does only the human mind seem to acquire language in the normal way? Why do intelligent apes fail to acquire a language like any human sign language, no matter how much they are trained? Where do the hierarchies found in natural language clausal constructions come from? Why do languages appear only in certain forms? How does a child manage to develop the notion of a phoneme? And so on, and on. Chomsky has noted many of these gaps, and others, in empiricist views since at least 1957 with syntactic structures, and before that, logical structure of linguistic theory, although it was not published until later, and 1959 with his review of Skinner's verbal behavior. Some of his criticisms reappear in CL in what he has to say about modern linguistics. A few are highlighted below. There is another problem, related but less noted. On the face of it, the empiricist has a difficult time accounting for early creativity, given the enormous amount the child must be assumed to have acquired in order to display what is in fact observed to be in their repertoires, thousands of concepts, sounds, and the combinatory principles of a language, in order to gain the kind of mastery of concepts and the ways that they can be combined needed for everyday linguistic creativity, and given the enormous amount of time surely needed to get what a community insists is the right way to speak, and classify, describe, explain, speculate, out of a generalized learning mechanism, it is hard to explain what seems to be effortless creative use of language on the parts of all normal 3.5 or 4-year-old children. And it becomes extremely difficult to understand how all children manage to be creative in the ordinary way at about the same time, surely intensity of training. 18. Introduction to the third edition. Differences in native intelligence, parental resources, and different varieties of experiences would all lead to different rates at which a child learns to master what is needed. Ordinary creativity seems to pose a serious challenge to the empiricist camp's assumptions about the nature of mind and their research strategy. As my remarks so far emphasize, the choice between RR and empiricist assumptions about the mind and scientific research strategies turn on a rather simple set of observations that anyone can make concerning linguistic creativity, particularly with children, and another set concerning rate and timing of learning, activation, and the kinds and amount of input received. RR approaches to mind and language seem to respect these simple observations, and take their task to be explaining them all, where scientific explanation is impossible, as with creativity, to seek to show how what is in the mind makes the phenomenon possible. To the extent that empiricist approaches do not take these observations and the tasks they set for the science of mind seriously, they seem to be ignoring facts that stare them in the face. Empiricist strategy for the study of mind does not seem to be responsible to empirical facts. 2. The Chomsky difference, naturalizing language and mind. While his basic assumptions about the mind and the strategies used to study it are much the same as those of his RR predecessors, and while his predecessors, many of them the scientists of their days, would very likely have welcomed his efforts and the result, Chomsky, unlike the others, has tried throughout his career to turn the scientific study of language in the mind, and of mind in general, into a natural science, ultimately a branch of biology and other natural sciences. After his earliest efforts, of course, he had the help of many others working within his assumptions about how to proceed. This project is implicit in our assumptions about the mind. If much of the mental machinery needed to develop concepts and their combinatory principles is innate and one is going to try to explain how it comes to be in the mind at birth, it won't do to say that God put it there, Descartes, or to construct myths of reincarnation, Plato. The only course open to us is to look to biology and those other natural sciences that can say what an infant human begins with at birth and how what he is born with develops. And taking that tack also makes it possible to at least begin to speak to the question of how human beings came to have apparently unique machinery in the first place, to address the issue of evolution. Placing the study of concepts and their combinatory principles in natural science also imposes specific and well-known methodological constraints on the task of the scientist of the mind. Adopting nativism amounts to beginning a research effort that assumes that concepts and language are somehow implicit in some kind of natural mechanism of the human body-mind, under partial. Introduction to the third edition. 19. Control of the genome and the course of development it controls. Constructing a theory of concepts and languages, then, constructing a theory of the relevant mechanisms, and of how they develop. Trying to do that places one's efforts firmly within the natural sciences, and demands that one meet the criteria of successful science that other natural sciences aim to meet. Of course, one's theories are theories of an internal system and how it develops, but going inside makes no difference. One's theory must meet the standards of success that any natural science must meet, regardless of subject matter. The linguist or lexical concept theorist must construct theories that satisfy the same demands that the theories of the physicist aim to meet. Would-be internalist mental scientists must produce theories that are descriptively adequate in that they fully and accurately describe all the elements and properties of the things the theory deals with, in the case of language, words, sentences, and how words come to be put together to make sentences. Further, a theory must be explanatorily adequate. In the case of language, it must say why a child has just these elements in his or her language at a specific stage of development, and, once one has explained this, one must deal with further explanatory issues, such as how language came to be introduced in the species. Further, a theory must provide an explicit, formal specification of everything that the theory aims to describe and explain. it must be formalized with, if relevant, quantification according to an appropriate measurement scheme of the elements and their powers or features. In a connected vein, a naturalized form of mental science must aim towards simplicity. The theory must offer a compact yet full account of its subject matter. With language, for example, this can amount to constructing theories with as few principles or rules of combination of words as possible, and stating these rules as economically as possible. Further, a theory must aim towards objectivity. As the history of science indicates, that requires abandoning the anthropocentrically oriented concepts of common sense, the ones that we are born with, including the common sense concept language, and inventing concepts that can adequately describe and explain, for language, any language whatsoever, plus say how and why a particular language developed in a specific individual. And a theory must aim towards accommodating the mental science in question to another science, in the case of language, certainly biology, among other natural sciences. Finally, a condition that reflects everything said so far. The internalist theory must make progress, successive or at least temporarily nearby theories of the relevant domain, theories of language, vision, facial configuration, that show improvement in one or more of the dimensions just mentioned. Progress is measured by the standards of the methodology itself. Chomsky's efforts at constructing sciences of language have improved in all these dimensions, that is, his theories have made considerable progress. I point to some of the signs of progress later. That there has been progress suggests that. 20. Introduction to the third edition. His efforts and those of the many who, like him, adopt an ara view of the mind, are on the right track and somehow seem to cut nature, in his case, the language organ, at the right joints. The progress in turn makes it tempting to hold that the target of these theories, the language organ, is real. And it makes it tempting to adopt a policy of saying that what the best theory, by the relevant standards, says about the organ is true, and that it does describe and explain how things are. The temptation should not be resisted. We rely on both science and common sense to get an understanding of ourselves and of the world. Each approach has its merits. Common sense concepts notoriously fail in science, while scientific concepts such as mumism are hopeless in solving the kinds of practical problems that common sense deals with. Each kind of capacity to solve problems has its place, and neither deals with all problems. Where the aim is objectivity and the precision of explicit and formal statement, however, there is no choice. The methods of the natural sciences yield the only answers we are likely to be able to get. And if at a time a theory is the best available, it tells us what language, or vision, etc., is. Certainly Chomsky's efforts have progressed well beyond those of his era predecessors. Where his predecessors countenanced unexplained powers and had to be satisfied with pointing in a direction, or where they had little idea of how to make sense of innateness, Chomsky cannot and does not. For example, Descartes and the Port Royal grammarians in the 16th and 17th centuries in the final analysis attributed the articulation and productivity of language not to an organic internal system, but to an unexplained power called reason or thought. But thought, for example, is best understood as constituted, in part, by language. We use language to think. So we should try to say what language is without appealing to thought. Chomsky clearly distinguishes language and its study from the ways in which language can be used, including thought and reasoning. To do that, he constructs a theory of a biophysically based organic system. And to make sense of innateness, his predecessors might have pointed to divinity, it's a gift from God, or they might hold that it has something to do with nature, but say little about how God managed to get concepts and combinatory principles into our heads. His era predecessors did, though, make at least some progress. In contrast, empiricists seem to have added little to Locke. And, like Locke's efforts, theirs generally fail to meet the conditions on adequacy of a naturalistic theory. many empiricists would not be bothered to be told that their efforts are far removed from naturalistic theory construction. That is because many current empiricists, at least, think of language as a complex form of social practice learned from others, with practices varying from language to language and environment to environment, and of concepts learned as a part of acquiring linguistic and other practices. They might, as Wittgenstein did, think of concepts as epistemically governed roles in linguistic practices or language. Introduction to the third edition. 21. Games. For them, languages are social institutions and artifacts, not states of a biologically based mental organ. 15 Still, they want to call themselves scientists. To make this seem credible, they might argue that they are offering a far simpler hypothesis than Chomsky's once rather daunting-looking theories of universal grammar, UG. Their hypothesis is that language and concepts are learned by some kind of generalized learning procedure. They take their generalized learning procedure to be the simplest hypothesis concerning concepts and combinatory principles because it is the least committed to the existence of any kind of domain-specific mental machinery, anything devoted to language, for example, for that would make language innate. So if they want to speak to what is in the head at all, they stipulate that what is in the head must be some kind of neural net that has the property that it can be modified by experience and correction of its outputs. Perhaps there are innate organic mental modules for vision, audition, and the like. And no doubt these have some quite remarkable innate properties. But there must be a lot of the mind/brain that is plastic and can be modified by experience and training procedures, for that is where language must go. To show the merits of their hypothesis, which is rarely, if ever, explicitly stated, they might introduce computer models in the form of neural nets of what they believe are the plastic regions of the mind, brain, and subject these computer models to input that is supposed to simulate their views of human linguistic experience and the data of language learning. They consider their efforts successful if the computer model learns to perform the task set it to the satisfaction of the experimenter. This story makes language acquisition a miracle. Standard naturalistic explanations routinely employed elsewhere are simply rejected, and for human language alone. The empiricist is happy enough to say that a child's pet songbird acquires the song it does for naturalistic reasons. Input may be required for development to proceed, but development, and the strong patterns that develop, are largely under genetic control. But human language, it must be explained some other way. Refusing to see languages and concepts as natural objects for which one needs naturalistic theories is a form of what Chomsky calls methodological dualism. When it comes to crucial features of the mind, the empiricists abandon not just internalism and nativism, but the methods of the natural sciences. They lodge languages outside the head and might, for example Prince 2002, treat the everyday concepts we have, such as curry, as built out of primitive mental items like sensory features, but built under exogenous control, not the control of internal developmental machinery that demands many non-sensory features, such as abstract. Or they might, Sellers and many others, speak instead of the token curry in terms of learned games and social practices, construing its meaning in terms of its contributions to socially sanctioned truth or correctness conditions for the token curry. However glossed, the character and certainly their supposed. 22. Introduction to the third edition. Referential powers of the concept curry depend on how a community of speakers use the word curry, the contexts, what get counted as the right or correct or true or appropriate uses, and so on. The only internal and presumably natural machinery relied upon are some sensory capacities and some form of generalized learning procedure, cashed out perhaps in a version of associationism and or behaviorism embedded in a plastic neural net. The procedure might consist in some kind of statistical sampling procedure lodged in what starts out as an undifferentiated neural net, a modern empiricist's version of Locke's blank slate. Not all empiricists are methodological dualists. But that is not because they think that languages and concepts are somehow natural objects. Some, such as Herder and Foucault, who count as empiricists by virtue of being anti-nativist and externalist 16, were unable to understand what a naturalistic scientific methodology is, or appreciate the very different objective view of the world it yields when compared to the anthropocentric view got from common sense. 17 Only those empiricists with an appreciation of the differences between science and common sense, folk physics, folk psychology, and the like, are apt to adopt methodological dualism. The 20th century American philosopher Sellers and his intellectual progeny, for example Churchland, Brandom, and the philosophers Quine and Putnam and theirs, might have anything from reasonably clear to very good, for example Putnam, idea of what naturalistic scientific methodology is common 18, but they clearly refused to hold that language and concepts could be investigated using this methodology, rather than some version of an empiricist one. At this stage in the development of the science of mind, their refusal is to the strategist puzzling, at best. With concepts, perhaps there is some room for sympathy with the empiricist strategist. While there is no doubt that the poverty and creativity observations make our strategy reasonable, naturalistic theories of concepts are still in their infancy. Among other things, even those sympathetic to the strategy, such as Fodor, 1982, 1998, are drawn to views, such as that concepts by themselves denote, that, as noted before, make a straightforward internalist and nativist approach impossible. But, our strategists such as Chomsky must feel, surely it is unreasonable to adopt a non-naturalistic methodology for the study of language. Here we find articulated theories, and very considerable progress on all fronts. Quine's view that in the study of language, behaviorism is mandatory appears to be nothing but dogmatic refusal to face the obvious facts. But is not what empiricists propose naturalistic inquiry after all, especially in the form that some of the connectionists have devised, where we find ingenious efforts to get simple recurrent networks 19 and the like to, say, recognize classes of things, or after massive training produce outputs that seem to indicate that the network's connection weights have somehow embodied a rule that is, yielded a pairing of inputs to outputs that suit the experimenter's criteria for. Introduction to the third edition. 23. Correct behavior? For Chomsky the answer is flatly no. 20. However ingenious the techniques used, and no matter how much technology is thrown at prosecuting them, empiricism is wedded to a picture of the mind and of how it gains and uses language and content that does not and, unless modified so that it becomes largely indistinguishable from a rationalist approach, cannot address readily observable facts about human language acquisition and use. Even the few celebrated successes turn out to be failures when what the connectionist offers is required to speak to questions that must be taken seriously and addressed. Quoting from one of Chomsky's comments on the manuscript for this introduction. No matter how much computer power and statistics connectionists throw at the task of language acquisition, it always comes out wrong. Take Ellman's famous paper, the most quoted in Cognitive Science, I've been told, on learning nested dependencies. 2 problems. 1. The method works just as well on crossing dependencies, so doesn't bear on why language near universally has nested but not crossing dependencies. 2. His program works up to depth 2, but fails totally on depth 3. So it's about as interesting as a theory of arithmetical knowledge that handles the ability to add 2 plus 2 but has to be completely revised for 2 plus 3, and so on indefinitely. Such approaches could do far better trying to duplicate communication or for that matter what's happening outside the window, where they would do vastly better than physicists. Why don't they do it? Because it would be ludicrous. No scientist is interested in some way of matching data. Clearly, insisting on this with language is just more methodological dualism. It is an irrational insistence on taking human language and concepts outside of the domain of naturalistic research. Perhaps there is reason to take empiricism seriously with some aspects of the study of cognition, perhaps with analogical reasoning, perhaps even with some aspects of the acquisition, learning of scientific theories and their concepts. But with common sense concepts, and especially language, there is no reason to take empiricist speculations at all seriously. No one finds children subjected to the training procedures for concepts or language explored by connectionists, for example. That is only one of many reasons why Chomsky believes, not unreasonably, given the facts and the progress made with language, that dogma, not reason, drives empiricist research strategy. The apparent aim is not to explain the facts of human language and concepts and their growth, but to show that what are claimed to be plausible models of neural networks can be made to simulate, to an extent, some human cognitive behavior or another, to the satisfaction of the experimenter's view of the job that the behavior is supposed to do. There might be some minor success in that effort. Acquisition of irregular verbs is claimed to be a success. But this and even weaker candidates have nothing to do with the conditions under which children acquire concepts or language, nor with what they have in their minds when they acquire. 24. Introduction to the third edition. Them, tools, apparently, that can do all sorts of jobs, not just display a favored kind of behavior to the satisfaction of the experimenter. Getting a neural net '21 that meets empiricist conditions after massive training to display some behaviors, classifying, inferring, in performing some task or another to some degree of satisfaction might be useful for some purposes. It might offer a clumsy and time-consuming and probably unreliable way to get some machine to learn how to do something without just programming it to do what you want it to, assuming you know how to ritualize that. It might also charm those impressed by what one can accomplish with minimal tools, and lots of time and sufficient funds. But unless one can explain what anyone can readily observe in children, what the poverty and creativity observations point out, empiricist efforts like these make no contribution to sciences of the mind. This view of Chomsky's should not, incidentally, be understood as a blanket condemnation of computer modeling of various aspects of concepts and language, and perhaps of aspects of their use. Some of it can be very useful. Among other things, one finds interesting work being done on the lexicon and lexical features that is useful, perhaps even important, to an ara strategist. The objection is to insisting that the facts must be otherwise than what they are with a strategy to use in the study of language and concepts. 2-3 Naturalizing the study of language, biolinguistics. Those who construct naturalistic theories of specific subject matters generally aim to accommodate their specific science to at least one other natural science, perhaps a more general one, or a more specific one. This is just doing what any natural scientist does, accommodate physics to chemistry, for example, or accommodate major parts of biology to organic chemistry. Accommodating linguistics to biology has been one of Chomsky's aims virtually from the beginning, but certainly it was an aim by the time he wrote CL. The primary issue was, and is, this: what does a child have at birth that allows him or her to acquire any natural language whatsoever under the conditions described by the poverty of the stimulus observations? Clearly, the child has something, call it universal grammar, UG. To accommodate language to biology, the obvious first question is what UG has in it, what UG must have, if the facts are to be explained. Or to put it another way, what is essential to human languages? What must all human infants have that the young of creatures that lack language lack? To answer that question, one must say what UG is, one must construct a theory of the initial state of the language faculty. Further, to have any chance of reaching accommodation with biology, one had better hope that it turns out that UG is not very complex and rich, that very little is needed to explain how having that essential element is sufficient to yield not just a language, but any natural language. For if it should turn out that Yuge is complex and rich, it will be. Introduction to the third edition. 25. Very difficult to make sense of how the human genome could come to have a complex and rich instruction set. The information necessary, given minimal input, to yield any natural language. While accommodation was a desideratum from the start, the route to success did not become at all clear until after CL was written, not until the late 1970s and early 1980s. Since that time, there has been considerable progress in coming at least to understand the program. Chomsky calls it the minimalist program, needed to reach accommodation. No one can say with any confidence that they have the answer now, and that point is probably still a long way off. But, unlike the situation in the mid-1960s, it looks answerable. Although progress in accommodation was a long way off when CL was written, the standard grammar of the time, found in Chomsky's 1965 Aspects of the Theory of Syntax, made progress in reaching the other desiderata characteristic of naturalistic research. It is useful in reading CL to have in mind what had been accomplished at the time, and why the amount of progress made then made accommodation seem out of reach. In fact, one of the points of CL was to indicate how far things had come since the work of earlier RR efforts. More generally, indicating progress illustrates how fruitful for the scientific study of language it has proven to be to adopt the basic RR strategy and naturalize it. What looked earlier to be gaps in efforts to explain filled and unanswered questions get answers. Apparently insurmountable problems become easy to deal with. Unexplained structural features of languages have come to seem natural necessities, even, given that language is a natural object. I will not detail any of this. To do so would require getting into the details of specific grammars and making this section far longer than it already is. Instead, I will focus on what Chomsky with aspects in hand said in CL about what was wrong with the efforts of the Port Royal grammarians in the 17th and 18th centuries. That might appear to be unfair. Why not gauge progress over the work of linguists, including Chomsky, far closer to 1965? But, except for grammars advanced by Chomsky and his co-workers themselves, with the possible exception of von Humboldt, although he did not actually make an effort to construct a generative grammar, there are no moderately detailed direct candidate theories of language until Chomsky's early 1950s morphophonemics of modern Hebrew in the mid-1950s, and massive, logical structure of linguistic theory. Comparing the progress of aspects over what Chomsky did in logical structure would require going into great technical detail. Granted, he could have compared aspects grammar to the grammars offered by what CL calls modern linguists, guided by principles outlined by Bloomfield, Juice, or structuralists such as Descartes. But these are empiricist efforts, and they are patently hopeless at making sense of either poverty or creativity observations. That would not illuminate progress in our research strategy. Progress over Port Royal efforts does, as CL indicates, there. 26. Introduction to the third edition. Port Royal grammarians came up with something that invites comparison. They came up with observations and a few principles that looked surprisingly like what one finds in aspects. Perhaps that is why in CL Chomsky explicitly compares what they accomplished with what had been accomplished in aspects type grammar. In barest outline, the Port Royal grammarians attempted to construct grammars for natural languages on our assumptions about strategy. They assumed that there are universal features in the grammars of all languages and that linguistic productivity, putting words together to make endless numbers of sentences, can be described by appeal to a system of rules. And they thought of themselves as scientists, philosophers, of language, hoping to determine the nature of a system in the mind that humans alone have. Chomsky had no trouble rephrasing and articulating at least some of their observations and principles in terms he employed himself. For numerous examples, see CL's deep and surface structure. One helpful example appears early in that section in Chomsky's discussion of how their grammar and aspects could take the deep forms God created the world is visible, and God is invisible, or rather, abstract representations of these, and transform them by transformational rules, hence, transformational grammar, to yield the surface form invisible God created the visible world. The reader can look at the section for the details of this and other examples. Summarizing Port Royal efforts from the vantage point of aspects and pointing to the limitations of what the Port Royal grammarians managed to do, Chomsky remarks in the third paragraph from the end of CL's section description and explanation in linguistics. The say, philosophical, scientific, universal, grammarians considered a wide realm of particular examples. They tried to show, for each example, what was the deep structure that underlies its surface form and expresses the relations among elements that determine its meaning. To this extent, their work is purely descriptive. Reading this work, one is constantly struck by the ad hoc character of the analysis, even where it seems factually correct. A deep structure is proposed that does convey the semantic content, but the basis for its selection, beyond mere factual correctness, is generally unformulated. What is missing is a theory of linguistic structure that is articulated with sufficient precision and is sufficiently rich to bear the burden of justification. My emphasis. The Port Royal grammarians made some progress in informal description, but they could not justify. To do that is to show how one can solve Plato's problem. First, some points of agreement. Port Royalists realized that anyone attempting a serious grammar for a natural language must construct a generative 22 theory of that language in order to provide for the endless linguistic resources people display when they use language creatively. The Port Royal grammarians aimed to produce such a grammar. Another point of agreement, they, like Chomsky, aimed for a universal, scientific, objective grammar, and believed. Introduction to the third edition. 27. That only by offering such a grammar could one not just describe language, but hope to explain why it is the right grammar for a speaker's language, why it, and not another one, ended up in the child's mind. Still another, the overall shape or format of the Port Royal grammars resembled in interesting ways the grammars Chomsky constructed in the mid-1960s. Chomsky at the time thought that all grammars for natural languages have the same format. Among other things, all consist of a phrase structure grammar which has the effect of assembling words into abstract structures that, after the operations of obligatory transformations, resemble what might be thought of as simple sentences, such as God created the world. These structures have a semantic interpretation, they are given a meaning. These deep structures can in turn be combined in more complex structures, and or otherwise changed. The part of the grammar that does this is the optional transformational component. The output of that set of operations is a surface structure. These transformed structures are in turn given a phonetic interpretation, they are assigned a sound. One of the aims of the Port Royalists was to capture the intuition that while languages can differ a great deal in their sounds, they are fundamentally the same in meanings. That theme continued in aspects, obviously. How exactly, then, does aspects improve on what the Port Royal grammarians accomplished? One great improvement was in descriptive adequacy. Chomsky's grammars are formalized, and explicitly articulate the relevant rules and principles, the levels of a computation, and the relations between levels and elements. You cannot describe a language by listing sentences, you would have to provide an infinite list. The only adequate way to describe a language is to construct a formal theory, grammar, of it, one that states in explicit formal terms what the language's rules or principles are. The Port Royal grammarians did not manage that. Their efforts lacked sufficient precision, As Chomsky notes, one must say explicitly what the phrase structure and transformational rules for a language are. If you do not, you cannot describe a language at all, nor decide whether your grammar is the correct one, that is, satisfy descriptive adequacy conditions. Of course, Chomsky had an advantage over the Port-Royalists. Mathematics and other formal studies had advanced a great deal in the intervening centuries. But that does not diminish his contribution. Another, more fundamental advance was in the primary task of those who want not only to describe, but to explain. While the Port-Royalists aimed in their attempt to produce a universal grammar to develop one that could explain as well as describe, what they offered, in part by virtue of lack of precision, could not explain why a child's mind, given data under poverty of the stimulus conditions, selects grammar X as opposed to all the thousands of other possibilities. They could not really solve Plato's problem, or really even state it in an explicit way. Chomsky's aspects could at least state what needs to be done to 28. Introduction to the third edition. Solve Plato's problem, and it actually suggested a solution that now looks inadequate, but that at the time was the only one available. Clearly, then, Chomsky's aspects grammar was both descriptively and explanatorily more adequate than Port-Royal grammars. Here in outline is the device Chomsky used in the mid-1960s to make sense of how the child's mind automatically selects grammar X as opposed to Y, that is, learns X as opposed to Y, given data D. Think of X and Y as sets of rules, both candidates as descriptions of language or, more carefully, of the data available to the child's mind. Which should the child's mind choose? Introduce now an internal simplicity measure. Rule set X is better than Y to the extent that X has fewer rules than Y. 23 If one can measure whether one grammar is better than another in this way, it does not stretch credulity very much to imagine that some internal and innate device in the child's mind chooses X over Y by applying such a measure. That is, it is plausible to assume that something in the child's mind, not the child consciously choosing between alternatives, chooses and thereby acquires or learns X, given a choice between X and Y. Chomsky's mid-1960s efforts to solve Plato's problem relied on this kind of postulated device. By doing so, by assuming an internal, innate mechanism to carry out their relative preference procedure, he was able to offer an explicit solution to Plato's problem that could plausibly be tied into some kind of choice mechanism. By saying what the choices are, choices between sets of rules, by quantifying the procedure, and by assuming that the procedure is carried out by some kind of innate automatically operating mechanism, he could at least state Plato's problem and outline how to go about solving it. Only by doing so could he or anyone else begin to think about how the language faculty and its growth could be accommodated to biology. Lacking improved successor efforts, the grammars of the time were descriptively and explanatorily as adequate as they could be. There was also progress in other areas. They were also as universal and objective as they could be conceived to be at the time. In addition, they offered a way to conceive of how accommodation might be accomplished. And they were simple in both a theory general sense and a theory internal sense. By the standards of success in naturalistic research, then, Chomsky's grammars made great progress over those provided by the Port-Royal grammarians. While compared to Port-Royal grammar, Chomsky's aspects UG was a considerable advance. Compared to later work, aspects UG displays many inadequacies. Some were apparent even at the time. A relative choice learning procedure relies heavily on the assumption that something, somehow, constructs rule sets X and Y in the first place. While it appeared at the time to be possible to compress all natural languages into the same format, only a few had been investigated with any degree of precision, and even these few displayed multiple and, from the point of view of explaining acquisition, unsatisfying. Introduction to the third edition. 29. differences that the notion of a common format and some suggestions about innate grammar constructing devices could not diminish. A substantial notion of universality looked out of reach. Different languages, alike only in formats, looked much too different in details. As for acquisition or an explicit solution to Plato's problem, while aspects' procedure chose a grammar with fewer rules, a simpler grammar, over one that had more, this is far from a plausible explanation of a child's managing to acquire any of thousands of natural languages by the same age over the human population, while going through approximately the same stages of development. While a relative selection procedure might be in some way mechanized, furthermore, somehow accommodating the theory of language to biology still looked daunting. It was particularly hard to understand how the human genome could be expected to contain all the information needed to allow for any of a large number of languages while providing too far a way to choose between them. Even the most optimistic view of language universals at the time, universals require neither acquisition nor choice, would still demand that the genome carry a massive amount of language-specific information, more than any plausible account of evolution could plausibly explain. Work after aspects improved the situation considerably. It became more and more apparent that the basic rules, principles and structures of language did not differ that much after all. The phrases of all languages, for example, have heads and complements, and lexical items in all languages seem to project phrasal structure in the same way. So apparent differences in phrase structure all but disappear. Phrase structure grammar was compressed into a uniform view of lexical projection. Movement of elements, transformations, displacement, seemed to become far more tractable. A single rule, move anything anywhere, was proposed. A rule, it was supposed, that would be constrained by a few other factors. Different languages came to look less and less different. Unsurprisingly, then, the complexion of the dominant explanatory issue, Plato's problem, changed. Theoretical issues remained concerning where the structures of sentences came from. Projection replaces multiple phrase structure rules. At why is there such an operation, and where did it come from? More progress was made on that front with the introduction of the minimalist program in the early 1990s, to the extent that, oversimplifying and ignoring technical disputes, very recently it has come to seem as if perhaps the sole operation, rule, principle, needed to explain both basic structure and movement is what Chomsky and several others call merge. Oversimplifying again, merge has an operation rather like concatenation, putting items or elements, lexical items, together and creating a new item. More carefully, with lexical items X and Y, merging forms the set X, Y. Something like that is surely needed for there to be language at all. For all languages composed they make complexes called sentences out of words. 30. Introduction to the third edition. I oversimplified twice to exhibit great improvements in formal simplicity, to the extent that the number of principles needed to provide an account of how any natural language composes sentences out of words might even be reduced to one. My simplifications left out, however, and presupposed, the contribution of an innovation in Chomsky's grammars of the early 1980s, parameters. Parameters allow for structural differences between languages, among other things. The fact that Italian permits sentences lacking explicit subjects, while English and French do not. When first introduced, and this may ultimately be correct, at least in part, parameters were understood as options within universal rules or principles, hence the terminology of a principles and parameters framework for the study of grammar. These parametric options provide for structural and sound variations between languages. Perhaps differences in meanings too, although it is much less clear that there are such differences. They localize the structural differences allowed for within natural languages, to the extent that, as Chomsky put it, see Chomsky 1988a, by listing a specific set of options, one can deduce Hungarian as opposed to Swahili. In addition to providing a compact and elegant way to describe linguistic differences, ignoring, of course, lexical items, parameters offer other advantages. First, they offer an intuitive way to solve Plato's problem. They offer a way to conceive of how language acquisition, lexical or word acquisition aside, could be nothing more than the setting of a few parameters. And second, because they allow for improvements in descriptive adequacy and come close to solving Plato's problem by offering what is virtually a selection procedure rather than a relative evaluation procedure. They allow the linguist to begin to address other explanatory issues. Until the 1980s and parameters, it looked as though it would be very difficult to offer in a theory of language a descriptively adequate theory of language that could also solve the acquisition problem. Clearly different languages seem to require very different principles and rules, and a solution to Plato's problem seemed to require uniformity and simplicity. If linguistic difference can be localized in a few switches and these can be easily set with minimal data, and if there are very few universal principles, perhaps only merge, the language-specific information the human genome must carry can be pared down considerably, and the task of accommodating a theory of language to biology now comes to look a lot more manageable. For assuming a theory of Euc is a theory of the language-specific information in the genome, because a theory of Euc seems a lot simpler than it had for a long time appeared it would have to be. It looks as though the amount of information concerning Euc the genome needs to carry is much smaller than originally thought. Perhaps merge alone. I ignore concepts, sounds, and lexicon here. Accommodation to biology looks easier. And perhaps one can even begin to explain how language came to be introduced into the human species by some sort of evolutionary procedure. Introduction to the third edition. 31. A simple illustration shows how parameters contribute to making progress and solving problems. Conceive of Euc as a set of universal principles. If universal, every language must have the properties specified in the principle. One candidate for such a principle is that all languages must form phrases that consist of a head, a lexical item of some category, such as adjective/verb, or verb, and a complement, which is itself a phrase, and may be null. Formalizing a bit, xp equals x, with x and y being any of v, a, preposition/postposition, determiner. This is primitive, but it will do for illustration purposes. Think then of this principle as being parameterized, as allowing options. The options are represented in the formula's apostrophe, which is unordered. If unordered, heads in a language could be before their complements, or after. English is a head-first language, so that a VP comes out called the dog. Japanese, mosquito, etc., is a head-final, last language, so its phrases put heads after complements. If English were head last, the example would come out, the dog call. This parametric option, and others, can be seen as something like a switch that in one position yields a head-first language and in the other, a head-last. Assume, plausibly, a finite, and presumably small number of linguistic parameters. Specifying the full set of linguistic principles and their parameters would then define the possible structures of the class of all natural languages, each of which is biologically and physically possible. A specification of this sort would say what a biologically, physically possible structure for a natural language could be. If there were 12 parameters and they were binary and independent of one another, there could be 212 structurally different languages. Assuming all this, principles and parameters offer very useful descriptive tools. They allow for the description of all possible natural languages with regard to at least their structural and sound differences, allowing a reduced Euc to offer adequate descriptions of any possible natural language. As indicated, they also offer a solution to Plato's problem, a dominant explanatory problem that, until solved, blocks dealing with other explanatory issues. Conceive of a parameter amounting to something like a toggle or switch, In the case of the illustration, when the switch is in one position, one has a head first language, when in the other, a head last. Think then of a major part of language acquisition as a matter of setting switches in one of the few positions that each parameter allows, in a simple cases, position 1 or 2. This picture does not speak to lexical acquisition, or at least, not directly. Language acquisition requires acquiring of vocabulary too. But it does make a major contribution to the task of solving Plato's problem with regard to language, the combinatory system. It also suits the facts. There is evidence in favor of the idea that children do set parameters in the course of developing a language. Some of the most interesting evidence is found in the fact that at specific stages of language development, children's minds experiment with parameter settings, trying out settings that are not typical of the languages spoken in their communities. 32. Introduction to the third edition. Soon converging on the right settings for the data they receive. A child acquiring English, for example, might say, "What do you think what Teddy wants?" displaying a sentence with a second what in the same position as one would find it in some varieties of acquired German. This and related patterns of experimentation might appear occasionally in a child's speech for a short while, and then disappear. It is as if the mind were exploring the avenues open to it. Because parameters are fixed, the mind's choice space of alternative structures is very limited, and pre-specified choices are made quickly, on little evidence, in this case, a lack of evidence for one of the possible settings, some evidence for the other. The parameter picture makes nice predictions too. Without parameters, we would not find the predictable periods during which this kind of experimentation takes place, nor the swift learning rates, often without negative evidence, unless the choice space was set innately. If all sorts of possibilities were available, if the choice space were open, children's linguistic behaviors would be close to random, and eliminating some possibilities and selecting others would be very difficult without a lot of outside intervention that the child in fact neither receives nor needs. By solving Plato's problem, parameters allow the theoretician to begin in a serious way to consider other explanatory issues, including how one can accommodate language to biology and address how language came to be introduced into the species. I will focus on accommodation, effectively placing euc in the genome, and on some of the most recent advances. Recalling, the most plausible route to accommodation consists in minimizing euc, where euc is thought of as the language-specific information the genome must have in it in order to provide for human languages. To determine that, ask what the sine qua non of language is, what it is that humans must have to have language at all, where this is demonstrably something that no other species has. In an important contribution to science in 2002, Chomsky, along with Mark Hauser and Tecumseh, compared humans to other species with various communication and other systems. They pointed out that other species seem to have at least some of the conceptual materials we express in language, and that other species can both articulate linguistic sounds and signs and perceive them. But no other species has linguistic recursion, the capacity to take lexical items/words and compose them, producing hierarchical structures of, in principle, indefinite length. Assume, then, that the sine qua non of language is linguistic recursion, which is due, as indicated above, by merge. Merge, then, must be specified in the human genome in some way. But could euc be merged alone? If it were, accommodation would be much easier. But what about parameters? They definitely have a bearing on grammatical, computational structure, and as stated, they seem to be language-specific. For example, the order parameter I spoke of above looks language-specific, its terms are heads and their complements. If it is, it must be in euc. That is much less daunting. But we should not. Introduction to the third edition. 33. Assume anything like that so quickly. One good reason not to is that as those who have been working on the very difficult problem of explaining species variation knew long ago, there is a lot more to development, growth, and morphogenesis than can be explained by the genome and input data alone. The same must surely be true of language growth and development in a child. These other factors, Chomsky calls them third factor considerations, include a. Principles of data analysis that might be used in language acquisition and other domains, and b. Principles of structural architecture and developmental constraints that enter into canalization, organic form, and action over a wide range, including principles of efficient computation, which would be expected to be of particular significance for computational systems such as language. Chomsky 2005, 6. See also 2007, forthcoming. No one really knows what these factors are with language, or with the growth of almost anything else, for that matter. But superficial appearances to the contrary, it is not obvious that differences of order in phrases, as with the head parameter, must be language-specific. Perhaps the order of head to complement is fixed by something not specifically linguistic. And it is obvious that variations in the patterns of colors on individual pigeon wings, and in the feathers themselves, cannot be attributed to an individual pigeon's genome alone. That would put far too heavy a burden on it. So perhaps parametric options are to be explained by appeal to third factor considerations, and their setting to variations in values provided by these considerations. Biologists and others working on issues of growth, morphogenesis, ontogenesis, and the like, have increasingly come to take third factor contributions to growth into account within the growing science of evo, short for evolution development. In fact, Chomsky has been pointing in this direction for some time, going back to his earliest work. Principles of computational cyclicity and principles of data analysis played a role in early proposals concerning acquisition. Chomsky, Halley, Lukoff 1956, cf. Chomsky 2005, 6-7. In more recent years, he emphasized the relevance to issues of language variation and growth of Alan Turing's important work on morphogenesis and Darcy Thompson's earlier and less formal work on related matters, and he often refers to the work of biologists such as Stuart Kauffman and Charles Waddington. These all revitalize a line of thought in biology that goes back at least to Goethe and his belief that he could predict the possible shapes of any plant by appeal to a formula for Nerpflan's primordial plant. Note that CL includes an explicit reference to Goethe's speculation and to the way in which what Goethe had to say might speak to matters of language's generativity and, through that, to one precondition of linguistic creativity. In any case, third factor considerations have been lying in the shadows of the study of language, apparently waiting for a good solution to Plato's problem. A solution to that, and consequent clarification of what must be attributed to the genome, was a precondition of asking what third factor contributions might be. 34. Introduction to the third edition. I will not pursue the matter in detail, but it is interesting to see that if these speculations, but not mere speculations, are on the right track, so that merge alone is contained in the genome, it becomes much easier also to explain how language could have come about as the result of a single mutation. It need not be a language-specific mutation, it could, for example, be a side result, the result of what Lutin and Gould, 1979, spoke of as a spandrel, a structural result of the modification in some other system. It must, though, be saltational-happen in a single jump, for otherwise we would have to suppose that language developed over millennia, and there is no evidence of that. In fact, speculations about Fox, too, in the media and technical journals aside, which are likely to be irrelevant anyway, the only apparently relevant evidence indicates the contrary. Humans seem to have begun systematic observations of the stars, attempted to find ultimate explanations, found often in religions, produced drawings, develop ways to cope with their environments in systematic ways, and the like, between roughly 100,000 and 50,000 years ago. For about 50,000 years ago is when the migration from Africa began. Investigation of speaking humans widely separated, so not interbreeding, since then, for example, in Southeast Asia, indicates full linguistic capacity and suggests that no significant change has taken place since then. Plausibly, capacity to engage in distinctively human forms of cognitive behavior, art, religion, empirical investigation, came about not only suddenly by evolutionary standards, but as the result of the introduction of a single change. An introduction of language, more precisely, recursion and, specifically, the capacity to put concepts together to produce an indefinitely large number of complex concepts that can be used freely, is the most probable cause. If this story is plausible, a humanoid species in effect became human as the result of the introduction of language. This kind of naturalistic and reason-based account of the origin of humans and of their cognitive capacities, one far removed from various religious myths, is an explanation that would have pleased the Enlightenment figures who thought that reason alone is sufficient for answering fundamental questions. Of course, one cannot afford to be overly enthusiastic. If reason, the use of our cognitive capacities, has the biological basis it seems to have, reason must have its limits. Those limits are revealed in an incapacity to make scientific sense of the creative aspect of language use, among other things. But actually, that is a good thing. Without limitations on cognitive resources, innateness, as the RR thinkers insisted, there would be little in the way of intellectual capacity at all. Notice that this account of the origins of humans and of the introduction of language, arguably the key to their remarkable cognitive flexibility and power, leaves ample room for what both rationalists and romantics honored, free will. The internal operations of specific mental faculties such as vision and language. Introduction to the third edition. 35. May well be determined. These computational systems take what is provided them, in the case of language, lexical items with their phonological and semantic information and yield complex kinds of information at their interfaces with other cognitive systems. If they do not, they crash. At least with language, however, what happens on the other side of the semantic interfaces, as the creative aspect of language use reveals, not determined, although it seems to be rational, for what is said is typically appropriate to discourse context. Furthermore, given that human action involves contributions from multiple, cooperative systems, and that the relations between multiple systems are subject to massive interaction effects, there is no prospect for determinism, or, as we have seen, for a science of human behavior. Given furthermore that free will is well attested in personal experience and in the use of common sense understanding, we might as well say that humans are free agents, period. There is no reason for regret in this. We have reason to celebrate. Finally, it is worth mentioning briefly a matter taken up in more detail in the final section of this introduction, for this current section's focus on progress in accommodation of language to biology also illuminates some of the broader themes of CL. Implicit in Chomsky's efforts to place the science of language in a prominent place in a biologically based science of human nature is the idea that we might be able to tease out of the science of a distinctive human nature some notion of what humans fundamentally need, and begin, with that in mind, to think of what kind of social organization, polity, could best satisfy those needs. We might, by doing this, provide justifications for political recommendations and policies and for political and economic institutions generally, institutions that have the purpose of meeting those needs to a maximal extent. The appeal of such a science-based project is clear. Justification must appeal to universals, here provided by an objective science of a distinctive human nature. Language is obviously a constitutive element in a distinctive human nature. No other creature has it, An objective science of human nature can stand the burden of scientific justification. And it can in turn offer the means to do what Enlightenment thinkers would have been delighted to do if they could take an account of human nature got by reason, without appeal to faith, dogma, or authority, use it to determine fundamental human needs, and, with an understanding of these, make an effort to construct a justifiable view of what an ideal form of social organization would look like. It would be a long process, and may be impossible, for like all biological creatures, we have cognitive limitations, that one would end up with a scientifically based form of humanism, one built on the idea that humans are biological entities, and nothing but. Not faith, but reason, particularly scientific reason, which aims towards universality and objectivity, could provide a reasonable basis for a view of the good life and of an ideal form of social organization that permits people to live such a life. 36. Introduction to the third edition. 3. Descartes' contributions. Descartes made no direct contributions to the science of language, but he did make indirect ones. I do not include among those contributions any of the claims with which he is in many philosophers, and their students and readers, views all but identified. Specifically, there is no reason to think that the scientific study of language or mind is aided by Descartes', perhaps only apparent, view that a person has direct, unmediated and certain knowledge of the mind's contents. Nor is the reason to take seriously his mind-body-substance dualism, although it was, as I indicate below, a sensible proposal at the time he wrote, and his foundationalist epistemological project, some hints in it about what he thought about the methodology of science aside, has little to recommend it, and can be ignored. Certainly these aspects of Descartes' thought play no role in any of Chomsky's work, nor in a substantive way in the work of others now working within what has come to be called the Chomskyan paradigm. Nor do they figure in the discussion of CL in any substantive way. 3.1 Natural Science. Descartes' real contributions, the ones that then were and still are viable, are found elsewhere. First, he helped invent the methodology that yields natural sciences. His insistence on taking the methodology of science to be very different from what one finds in the practical problem-solving efforts of humans trying to get along in the world, where they use the innate concepts of common sense, which he called bon sens, is reflected in the first part of his discourse in his autobiographical reflections on how little he had managed to gain from his education in the letters. Even his study of mathematics in the schools, he remarked, was misdirected. He assumed that its uses were practical, for engineering, architecture, and the like. It was only later that he discovered its use in science, where mathematics provides the formal tools for capturing principles and constructing theories that deal with phenomena well out of the reach of common sense concepts. When used in this way, they are essential aids in idealizing, in constructing and focusing study and experimentation on simple, abstractly described models of phenomena. Galileo made a similar point when he aimed towards mathematical descriptions of the factors that contribute to the motion of bodies, rates of acceleration and changes in them when falling and rolling down inclined planes, for example. He also constructed mathematical descriptions of the motions of pendulums, noting the effects of lengthening the wires or rods by which they are fixed. You do not get sciences of complex phenomena such as the growth of plants by starting at the top. You focus on the elements that you hope will eventually contribute to an explanation, on contributions that, taken with other contributions, bring about the complex. Introduction to the third edition. 37. Phenomenon. At each stage, you invent theories that idealize phenomena, experiment by trying to control for irrelevant contributions, and so on. The theories might well end up postulating properties, forces, and entities completely foreign to you. In fact, you better expect that. Invention can and often does go beyond everyday experience. A related point is found in a distinction Descartes made in his comments on a certain broadsheet, CSMI 303-4, where he explains his view of innate concepts, or ideas. There are two sorts, he argued, those that lie in the mind from birth such as triangle, and those that are adventitious, meaning that they require some kind of occasion or triggering data to come into operation. His example was the common view of the sun, offered to all of us by the innate but adventitious, common sense, concept, sun. These two classes of innate concepts are clearly distinct from another sun concept, one that is made up, created, manufactured, by the scientist who constructs a theory of the sun. Naturalistic theory construction is clearly different from practical problem solving, such as deciding whether to plant at noon in full sun, or limit your efforts to the early morning or late afternoon. The common concept, idea of the sun serves practical problem solving well, and these concepts are available to everyone. We use them all the time, when, for example, wondering whether to get up before the sun or linger for an hour. But the common concept of the sun is of no use to the scientist. In science, the sun does not rise, nor set, nor move across the sky. In science, common sense concepts provide little guidance. One must follow instead what Descartes called the light of nature, plausibly understood as seeking simplicity in nature by making one's theory simple, theories that are then tested in experiments that control for irrelevant factors. Similar points are made in Descartes' skeptical reflections. If we want full explanations of phenomena, we cannot rely on the view of the world and the things in it that common sense gives us. We cannot assume that that piece of paper out there is yellow, or, as with Chomsky, that language is some kind of public institution, learned from parents and friends, described by appeal to rules for correct usage. Taking the route of seeking simplicity, one is led to producing formally explicit abstractions removed from everyday understanding, and hoping that these can be integrated with the findings of other scientists and other sciences. The point is fundamental to making progress in any science. Like Galileo and Descartes, Chomsky often remarks on the need in the scientific study of language to idealize and construct theories. Only by doing so can one hope to get anywhere. Descartes helped initiate natural science, a project that people can undertake that at its most general level is a strategy for research, or a methodology. The scientist, whatever domain he investigates, seeks descriptive and explanatory adequacy in a theory of natural phenomena. He demands simplicity and, to get it, constructs formal and explicit theories that idealize the phenomena under. 38. Introduction to the third edition. Investigation. He seeks objectivity and to get it, abandons the anthropocentrically oriented concepts of common sense that prove so useful in resolving practical problems but fail in attempts to construct objective theories. When Descartes followed these principles, he enjoyed for his time remarkable success. He provided a detailed account of optics, dealt in an interesting and still current way with neurophysiology, offered a cosmological theory, presented and defended a contact mechanics that he tried to turn into a theory of everything, and even pointed plausibly in the direction of a computational theory of vision. Despite offering the rudiments of a computational theory of vision, however, he balked at applying these methodological desiderata to the mind to develop sciences of the mind. 24. 3. Linguistic creativity. One possible explanation for Descartes' reluctance to venture into the mind by using the tools of science lies in Galileo's experience with the Church. Descartes might have been unwilling to appear to be offering a naturalistic account of the mind, or what the Church authorities might have thought the soul. That motivation, if it was one, is of little interest to us. The other is relevant and important. It is found in his effort to take the creative aspect of language use observations into account by using the tools that his sciences gave him, especially those found in his contact mechanics. We have seen already that linguistic creativity observations are important for the science of mind, at least, for those who adopt an ARA strategy. Here I discuss them in more detail and describe Descartes' inadequate attempt to contend with them. There are lessons in his mistakes that were excusable at the time, but are no longer so. Descartes' creativity observations appear in Part 5 of the discourse after a lengthy effort to try to show that a contact mechanics could be used to deal with everything, cosmology, neurophysiology, optics, and so on. As he understood the situation, a contact mechanics proved sufficient for describing and explaining anything and everything having to do with body. The creativity observations indicated that some phenomena lay outside the scope of science as he understood it. They seemed to be explicable only by something like a creative principle, and creativity is absurd from the standpoint of a deterministic mechanics. If science fails here, he reasoned, it must be because something non-bodily is at work. Giving it a name, he called it mind. Descartes assumed, essentially without argument, that a person knows in his or her own case that he has a mind, in his gloss, that he is a rational, thinking being. To decide whether others, humanoid organisms, animals, or machines, have such minds, he suggested observing their linguistic behavior when asked questions or otherwise prompted to speak. 25 Observing the way they use language is, he thought, sufficient to conclude that one is dealing with a Introduction to the third edition. 39. Human, not a zombie, automaton, or animal. It suffices, he thought, because when humans use language, and he was careful to point out that he meant humans across the spectrum of intelligence and apparently without regard to education and social position, they display a form of linguistic creativity that is not duplicated in the behaviors and actions of any non-human organism that has been trained to produce linguistic sound or signs, nor machine that had been built or programmed, or taught itself through exercising some kind of generalized learning procedure, to produce linguistic sounds or signs. 26 He said. No such animal or machine could use words, or put together other signs, as we do in order to declare our thoughts to others. For we can certainly conceive of a machine so constructed that it utters certain words, and even utters words which correspond to bodily actions causing a change in its organs. But it is not conceivable that such a machine should produce different arrangements of words so as to give an appropriately meaningful answer to whatever is said in its presence, as the dullest of men can do. Descartes 1637, 1985, CSM 2, 140, emphasis mine. Glossing these remarks, his observations note that people, unlike machines or animals, can put together any of an unbounded set of sentences and manage nevertheless to bring what they put together to bear in a way that seems appropriate and coherent, rational, for the discourse context, not local spatio-temporal context of the speaker or hearer in question. Nothing in the environment causes the sentences produced, while the question or comment might prompt or incite someone's linguistically expressed thoughts or utterances. They do not cause it. You can ask someone how best to get to Cambridge, no matter where you are located. If they have an idea about how to do this at all, they will no doubt come up with a set of sentences, each sentence differing from the others the person uses in the detailed description given, and each differing again from those that person will produce at another time for another person asking the question, and differing too, obviously, from what others might produce then or at other times. And yet these clusters of sentences differing from one another and, within a cluster, differing from each other again, typically offer appropriate, coherent answers to the request. There is no upper limit on the set of sentences for performing this task, or other specific tasks where language might be employed. Unboundedness seems to be a property of sentences produced in discourse contexts across the board, whether those contexts bear on requests for information, attempts to persuade, criticisms of actions performed, gossiping remarks, attempts to be humorous, efforts to excuse one's actions, etc., or, in the case of thought, perhaps no verbal or other prompting at all. Humans seem to be able to produce an unbounded number, different arrangements of words, of sentences without causal antecedents, that are externally and internally stimulus-free, although perhaps prompted, in Descartes' time, occasioned, by questions or other factors, while remaining appropriate and rational in what they produce. Clearly, their production cannot 40. Introduction to the third edition. Be the result of some deterministic mechanism that offers the answer it is caused to produce, nor even of a mechanism that, given a question and a context, provides one of a specifiable, and thus bounded, range of answers. If someone insists on the opposite, they are hereby challenged to come up with a mechanism, for no deterministic system can yield any of an unbounded set of sentences, for a specific discourse context, all of which are coherent or appropriate. If the conceptual difficulties involved in this do not convince, then lack of success coming up with a science of such a mechanism suggests that those who insist on a deterministic mechanism are on very thin grounds indeed. Descartes expresses his test in terms of conceivability, not observability. Obviously, though, his test is readily applied. In the case of animals such as the chimp Noam Chomsky, the subject of a massive effort at Columbia University in the 1970s to get an ape to learn sign language, and other primates, it arguably has been, although, because no ape has managed to learn even the rudiments of syntax and morphology for human sign language, it is difficult to distinguish failures due to creativity from those attributable simply to lacking language. A closer approximation to human speech, it is thought, might be found with machines. They can be programmed to produce orthographically represented sentences on a terminal printer, or even relatively realistic voices. Applying Descartes' test to machines, a candidate-speaking machine would have to satisfy one or more persons that what it produces in response to questions, keyed in letters and words, perhaps, are as appropriate as those of a human asked the same question. If a machine's performance is judged no differently than a person's, that might be a reason to say that the machine thinks. Alan Turing, in Turing 1950, reinvented Descartes' test and predicted, too optimistically, that a computer program would be able to satisfy one or more persons that its responses to questions were as appropriate as a human's. Adapting Turing's test, a competition was created, the Loebner competition, which awards a machine program that can manage to convince a jury after a designated period of interactions with two terminals, one controlled by the program and the other by a person, that the machine's responses to jury questions are no less appropriate than the responses one gets, or expects from, a person. No program has won the grand prize, which allows unrestricted questioning, without regard to subject or context, in effect, Descartes' test, although with a limited time period. Notice that the test assumes that an arbitrary human, with competence in the relevant language, can understand what an animal, machine, or human says, and manage to administer the test. That assumption raises the question of what resources humans have available to understand and judge the appropriateness of what is said. Obviously, no one relies on a causal theory of human linguistic behavior. If we had such a theory, we could predict what machine or person will say, or at least limit the set of answers that could be produced. Introduction to the third edition. 41. Would be in the position of a god, and no doubt quite bored with humans and their pretense to novelty and creativity. That kind of fantasy is a philosopher's indulgence. At best, there is nothing to recommend it, nothing in experience or science to take it at all seriously. And it has no bearing on the issue of what a human mind has available to interpret what another says, and judge its appropriateness. We know from discussion in Part 2 that we have many such resources, including common sense folk principles, common biologies, environments, interests, etc., Generally, shared biologies and discourse context information plus anything one gets from familiarity with the speaker. It is hardly surprising that no program has passed the unrestricted Descartes test. Machines aren't people. They simulate human behaviors in carrying out specific tasks, often besting them where dealing with restricted contexts and specific problems. Computers can win at chess, but they do not play chess the ways humans do. Descartes explained creativity by attributing it to reason. He even went so far as to claim, CCL's text, that reason is a universal instrument, able to solve any problem. The self-contradiction is obvious. It cannot be a universal instrument if it cannot deal with linguistic creativity. We do much better by attributing creativity to humans with the biologies they have, biologies that give them the cognitive capacities that they have, including a capacity to produce boundless numbers of sentences and understand and interpret them. And we can assess the appropriateness of sentences with respect to discourse contexts that we can appreciate. We can appreciate them by being, like the speaker we interpret, humans with the innate resources we have. Apparently, our sciences cannot deal with creativity and, given the reasonable assumption that language and the cognitive resources it offers will shape and play a constitutive role in most of what we understand about ourselves and the world, and in how we deal with the multiple problems that everyday life poses, our sciences are inadequate to deal with human action and behavior in that very wide range of cases in which sententially expressed concepts play a constitutive role. We can, nevertheless, develop sciences of the mind by focusing on specific internal systems. Chomsky's science of language, as we have seen, is a theory of such a system. His aim is to produce a generative theory that individuates a language by appeal to a set of principles or laws that takes arbitrary selections of specified sets of lexical items and returns a sound meaning bare, a sentence, else the derivation crashes. This is a deterministic theory. It cannot explain how we manage to use language creatively. It does not explain linguistic behavior, action. But it can and does contribute to making some sense of how that readily observable kind of creativity is possible, and why it is available only to humans. Summarizing, ordinary linguistic creativity is uncaused, unbounded, innovative, and appropriate, coherent. Explaining why it is available only to humans. 42. Introduction to the third edition is easy. So far as is known, only humans have language faculties, and these are organic systems in a brain, mind that has multiple systems, some of which the language system communicates with. Explaining how creativity is possible is not scientific explanation, but a matter of taking what is known in the science of mind, and especially language, now, and trying to make sense of linguistic creativity's readily observed features. Beginning with being uncaused, it is plausible to suggest that it must have something to do with the fact that the mind is modular, and that language in particular is not only modular, but neither an input nor an output system. To say it is modular is at least to say that it operates in accordance with unique principles, taking system-specific inputs and providing system-specific, to the faculty, outputs. To say that it is neither an input nor an output system is to say that it is not tied closely, as sensory or output systems are, to dealing with signals and other forms of input from outside the head, nor to the direct production of bodily movements. These characteristics of the language system do not provide a fully satisfactory account of the apparently great degree of autonomy the language system displays. But they make a plausible contribution, and may be the best that we can offer. Unboundedness or innovation plausibly has something to do with the language faculty's productivity. 27 The generative theory of language, if correct, suggests that the language faculty can provide at the conceptual intentional interfaces, in principle, an unlimited number of perspectives, to use Chomsky's term for them. These perspectives can be thought of as complex forms of concept, essentially, sententially expressed concepts. The unlimited set of possible outputs is a discrete set. Each complex item, sentence/expression/sentential concept, is in its structure and character distinct from any other. Intuitively, the theory explains why an understanding of one sentence is distinct from an understanding of another, or, to use semi-technical vocabulary that avoids the direct use of charged words like understand, it indicates that the internal or intrinsic content of any one sentence that a person's language can generate is distinct from that of any other. It is so because language relies essentially on recursive procedure that yields hierarchically structured expressions, and each expression consists of two complexes of features at language's interfaces, the phonetic interface and the semantic. Expressions have these characteristics because of merge, an operation that combines arbitrary concepts, meanings of lexical items, to yield through phonetic features sound instructions to articulatory and perceptual systems, and through semantic features, information for the conceptual intentional systems with which language communicates. Various constraints limit the total understandable perspectives available to persons, the total of perspectives available for their use. These include memory constraints, parsing constraints, some forms of embedded construction, and so on. But by any measure, what remains is. Introduction to the third edition. 43. Massive expressive power, by reasonable estimates, more comprehensible sentences for people with moderate vocabularies than they could produce or listen to in their lifetimes. So far as making sense of the creative aspect of language use is concerned, this is plenty. All that is asked is that for any given linguistic task, suggesting, describing, querying, scolding, gossiping, and any given discourse context, and its immediate focus of interest, to recall Strassen's phrase, in Strassen 1950, there is no way to set an upper limit on the set of sentences that can be understood and produced by a speaker, even though every such sentence remains appropriate. What of appropriateness? If language production were caused by the current circumstances of the speaker, no issue of appropriateness of linguistic actions could arise. One could, of course, ask if the causally determined cognitive system that presumably evolved yields outputs that increase an organism's chances of survival, or something like that. But thinking of the appropriateness of sentences produced by people, out loud or in thought, in this way indicates complete misunderstanding of the issue. Appropriateness of linguistic action poses a problem because human linguistic actions are uncaused and innovative. Humans must choose what to say about some discourse circumstance and some task to which language contributes, and the choices are always open ones. It is wrong to think of the choice as solely one between telling the truth and telling a lie, changing, say, a sentence is into an is not. That kind of choice could arise only where one is asked to, say, describe something, not, perhaps, complain to customer service about the amount of time they required to wait on the phone before they responded, or, perhaps, construct a fable or a parable to get to view across to an audience. And even if it were just a choice between truth and lie in carrying out a task of describing, unbounded ways to tell the truth are available, and again unbounded ways to lie. Given all this, the most one is likely to be able to do by way of showing how appropriateness is possible is to note that, first, judgments of appropriateness surely require drawing on resources that go well beyond the language faculty alone. They involve multiple other systems in the head. Second, one must keep in mind that in dealing with multiple modular systems communicating with one another over their interfaces, it would hardly be surprising to find that dealing with the total output of a complex of systems is well beyond the scope of any science that human beings seem to be able to construct. For dealing with the output of multiple systems operating together would require a way to deal with massive interaction effects. Since cosmologists have a hard time producing a theory that will determine the states at any given time of 3-point mass bodies moving with respect to each other, and find 4 or more completely out of range, we should hardly be surprised that theories of complex interactions between multiple mental systems are likely to remain out of the reach of the sciences now, and for any future where we humans have the cognitive resources we now have. Judgments of the 44. Introduction to the 3rd edition. Appropriateness of what someone else says can require mobilizing all of one's own mental resources. We manage quite well, to be sure. But we manage not because we are all well-trained members of a linguistic community, nor, obviously, because we are omniscient gods, nor, obviously again, because we have deterministic theories, but because we and the speaker are all organic creatures that have the cognitive resources humans do, and they use all that they have available and need to employ in interpreting and understanding, as a person, what another says. Focusing again on Descartes, his observations apparently led him to abandon any serious effort to construct a science of mind. He tried to explain the apparent limitations on science's capacity to deal with creativity not by appeal to the points made above, points that presuppose that sciences of the mind exist that meet the methodological requirements on science that he helped introduce, but by appeal to the idea that mind is just a different substance, mind. In doing so he effectively placed the mind out of the reach of the most all-encompassing science he had managed to construct, his contact mechanics. Assuming as he did that the subject matter of that science is passive body, assuming further that his contact mechanics served as something like a theory of everything, he thought of his neurophysiology, for example, as a special case of it, and confronted as he was by the obviously non-passive creativity exhibited by human minds, explaining creativity by introducing a non-body substance had the effect of putting the mind out of reach of science as constructed until then, but see note 24, above. Descartes himself made no obvious errors, given what was known at the time. The errors, it turned out, lay in his contact mechanics, but they were not to be revealed until a half-century later. As Chomsky points out in several places, Chomsky 1988a, 1996, and 2000, a crucial error was revealed by Newton when he pointed out that contact, and thus a contact mechanics, cannot explain gravitation. 28 Describing and explaining gravitation requires postulating a force that is completely mysterious to someone wedded to a contact mechanics, action at a distance. Descartes' contact mechanics failed, and along with its failure went the assumption that all physical action is by contact. His contact mechanics cannot serve as a science of everything. In fact, it cannot deal with elementary features of the physical world. Had he known, he might have come to the conclusion that there isn't such a barrier between mind and physical reality as he thought there was. For if physical reality, the reality physics deals with, is not body as he originally conceived it within a contact mechanics, one has to allow for what from the point of view of contact mechanics seemed mysterious forces. If, moreover, these forces can only be understood by appeal to a formal mathematical theory, nature begins to look like something that we can no longer use common sense intuition to understand. Science and its formal tools offer a better way, however unintuitive what they tell us might seem. If so. Introduction to the 3rd edition. 45. We should take seriously the possibility that our intuitions about body, those built into the mind/body problem as understood by Descartes and since, are unreliable. And we should allow that body for the sciences does, after all, countenance mental properties and events. The apparent barrier Descartes' intuitive but wrong conception of body posed to constructing sciences of the mind disappears. We can begin to construct physical sciences of mind that, methodologically speaking, meet all the conditions on natural scientific investigation. Descartes did not take this course, and for understandable reasons, given his assumptions. Unfortunately, even many philosophers and others after Newton have missed the implications of Newton's discovery. They seem not to have noticed that there is no block to constructing physical sciences of the mind. A block exists only if Descartes' contact mechanics is correct, and its understanding of body taken seriously. If the scientist must abandon Descartes' conception of body and physical theory ends up, as it does, postulating all sorts of forces and entities that are mysteries for Descartes' conception of the physical, one might as well say that any science that meets the requirements of successful naturalistic science is a physical science too. Following this line of thought to its conclusion, Chomsky, following Locke, Priestley, and others before them, often points out that there is no mind-body problem. 1988a. 29 There cannot be until some sciences of the mind and the physical world that meet the requirements on being good sciences show that their subject matters really are incompatible, as they were for Descartes. Until then, perhaps philosophers who are interested in a real problem as opposed to a Wittgensteinian street should abandon the so-called mind-body problem, for ever since Newton's time, it has not existed. The problem creativity poses for the science of mind remains, of course. But as we have seen, it is dealt with by adopting an internalist and nativist strategy that recognizes that we have limited cognitive capacities, and by noting that any action, including speech, is the result of a massive interaction effect. We can, and in this case do, make sense of how some aspects of creativity are possible. But we certainly do not abandon the science of mind entirely, nor adopt a close analogue to abandonment, the methodological dualism favored by empiricists. 3.3 A computational theory of mind. One can understand why Descartes put the mind out of reach of the science of nature, but it put naturalistic research in a narrower and, surely, stifling box. Among other things, it left Descartes with no plausible account of how ideas could be innate. He noted in comments on a certain broadsheet, CSMI 303-4, that the innateness of ideas is like the disposition to develop certain diseases that one finds in some families. A disposition to develop diseases. 46. Introduction to the third edition. Demands scientific explanation by appeal to the processes of reproduction and inheritance. But placing virtually universal, across the human species, ideas and other mental conditions, sensory colors, sounds, in the mind ruled out that physical or naturalistic way of accounting for their universality and early acquisition. Calling on God, as Descartes sometimes did, to explain innateness in this domain is no help. He would have benefited from placing the science of mind in the domain of natural scientific research that he helped invent. Arguably, he was on the brink of constructing such a theory for the sensory qualities of vision, that is, for the characteristic ways in which our minds configure our visual experience in the ways familiar to anyone with vision, color and spatial volume at a moment, a retinocentric space. He argued, in part on poverty, in part on non-resemblance, 30 in part on uniformity across the species grounds, that the sensory qualities of vision are both mental and innate. 31 Given that he assumed that these are innate and universal, even though mental, he could and perhaps should have come to recognize that, as with disease, there must be some naturalistic explanation for how infants come to sense visually in the ways all humans do. There is, of course, no guarantee that naturalistic scientific research into a domain will lead to success, but poverty and uniformity observations surely offer reasonable grounds to assume that it will. Assuming innateness and mentality, being in the mind, the work of poverty, universality, and non-resemblance observations is done. Thereafter, one proceeds in the way all scientific inquiry does. Observe phenomena apparently within or relevant to the subject matter you are investigating, note differences, construct formal mathematical descriptors of postulated entities and events, aim toward precision, put together hypotheses, aim to explain puzzles and anomalies, develop causal principles, detail algorithms, and the like. to see what Descartes had accomplished, and to point to what he could have reached for, I appeal to contemporary work in constructing a computational theory of vision, its aims and the tools it employs. There are several tasks for a theory of vision, but a central one is accounting for how inputs in the form of firing rates of various cones in an array in the retina, ignoring rods, in order to focus on colored-shaped visual spaces, reacting to impacts of photons, are processed in the various parts of the visual system, retina, lateral geniculate nucleus, and various brain visual areas, to yield what one sees at a moment. The procedure, rather a complicated 132, is captured by appeal to mathematical descriptions of the operations that the various parts of the visual system, descriptions that indicate how rather messy input is processed to yield a colored volume with greatest resolution in the center, due to the Fourier's greater concentration of cones. Idealizing, one ends up with a volume space where spatial positions are assigned by means of altitude, azimuth, and depth. Introduction to the third edition. 47. Coordinates fixed on a momentary line of sight, which makes the volume retinocentric, and where each distinguishable point in the volume is assigned color values of hue, brightness, and saturation. In effect, one ends up with a map of the finest color space discriminations of which the human visual system is capable at a moment. This map can be used to describe what is seen at a moment in color and spatial terms, for any normal human organism. All that is required is a specification of the input values for the retinal array. The theory provides a much finer-grained description of the colors and retinocentric spatial positions than does anything like red surface the now. Generally, the science of vision can produce much better descriptions of qualia, rather, of possible total qualia spaces at a moment, than can the color and position terms of natural languages. It does not, of course, describe colors and experience of space from the inside, whatever that might mean. But given what it can do, that surely does not matter, and for any serious work on what one can see, it does, or aims to, when complete, do as well as humans are likely to be able to do. Chomsky's linguistics has much the same aim. Given an I-language specification of a person's lexicon at a time, 33 plus parameter settings, it is possible, in principle, to specify the set of linguistically expressible perspectives that that I-language has to offer. That is, it is possible to map what can be meant, in the linguistic technical sense of mean, that is, possible sense. Naturally, that is a long way off, but it does indicate what the ultimate aim of the computational theory in another faculty aims towards. There is an important difference between SIM mappings and retinocentric space color volume mappings. In a way, the visual mapping does capture possible experiences, while SE mappings remain out of touch of consciousness. Both represent, however, an output level of a system, and the theory of the system says what they can be. It is certainly no fault of Descartes that he did not offer anything like a complete computational theory of vision, any more than that it was his fault that he did not anticipate Newton. But he did, I think, begin to move in what we now think of as the right direction. For one thing, he realized that vision depended on processing that can and must be represented mathematically. He was on the way to a computational theory. Second, on the determination of visual depth, he made a crucial observation. The visual system utilizes ocular convergence measurements. It utilizes much more, but this is a central contribution. He came to this view, in part, by noting that the blind can tell the distance from them of some object, that is, judge depth, by using a couple of sticks that they hold in front of them that touch at their tips. They, or, surely, their minds, calculate the distance from the angle that their hands and converging sticks subtend. Descartes also noticed that the eyes converge more when a person looks at a nearby object and less when it is further away. Noting the parallel between what the blind do and what the eyes do, he drew there 48. Introduction to the third edition. Conclusion that we perceive depth by means of our eyes exactly as we do by means of our hands. Optics in CSMI 169. In modern terms, he realized that the vision faculty computes depth by, in part, measuring the angle of convergence of the eyeballs at which their retinocentric images fix on a single focal point. The result is sense depth. Note, just as the colors of vision are sensed colors, where the blind cannot exploit the resources the retina provides. We humans use these sensed properties, not the properties of sensory organs, or hands, in the case of the blind, in order to navigate and identify objects. And yet these sensory features, as Descartes says, are features of the mind, not the body. It does seem, then, as if Descartes was launched on the way to producing a mathematical theory of vision. A completed theory could be claimed to actually tell us what it is like to experience visually as a human being, for it offers as fine a discriminative capacity as is available. Granted, it does not give us what we get when our system is operating and we happen to be looking at a field of flowers. But that is not its job. This has some bearing on the discussion in Note 29. It is not clear why Descartes failed to note that by focusing on formal mathematical descriptions of operations, as with depth, he had abandoned what he had to say about the body, movements, and its resources alone, and that he was already offering a computational theory of mind, of how the mind computes the various visual sensations of which it is capable. 34. If he had noted this, he would have had to acknowledge that a science of the relevant brain states and operations, those detailed by the formal mathematical theory of the vision faculty, should not take the form of a description of a hydraulic system with various valves and gatings, what we might now call an implementational description, which is how he described neural systems and their operations. That says nothing about what these items do, what they produce or yield to the organism, and how. Rather, it can, and should, be a mathematical description of the operations that these brain states and events carry out and the mental sensory states they can assume, as Newton's inverse square law is a mathematical description of gravitation and the relevant states of the interacting bodies, point masses. For Cartesian linguistics, education and politics. Although not in detail in CL, Chomsky does not shy away from pointing to empiricism's implications for human nature, and at the attractions of this conception of human nature to those in power, those in government and, currently, especially those in corporations, and to the many managers, including the majority of intellectuals, who aid those in power. 35 Empiricism commits itself to the idea that central aspects of our minds and cognitive powers, our languages and our concepts, are lodged in a plastic part of the mind, brain. They commit themselves to the idea that much of what makes us human and Introduction to the third edition. 49. Distinct from other creatures is due to training and acculturation. Given this, he is blunt. Those in positions of power who want to maintain their positions and the authority it gives them, the capacity to make decisions for others, and in doing so to serve their own interests, are attracted to the idea that those over whom they exercise their power are, with regard to many of their essential features, moldable clay, and must, and should, be molded in their best interests. Not surprisingly, the best interests of those to be molded always seem to turn out to be the interests of those in power. By believing this kind of immoral nonsense and the self-deception it requires, those in power try to justify themselves and their actions, at least to themselves and their friends. The educational implications of empiricism are obvious. Children need and must be given massive amounts of training to ensure that they are put on the right path so that they acquire the right concepts and come to speak the community's language and honor the community's morals and myths. The picture they draw looks very much like indoctrination. And it is not hard to find indoctrination in the state religion. In the US, praise for the wisdom of the Founding Fathers, pledges of allegiance, historical myths designed to evince irrational loyalties and submission, praise for a capitalist market economy, and so on. And there is ample evidence that it is effective, at least by the time a student reaches young adulthood. But it is also possible in early education to find plentiful evidence that with regard to basic acquisition matters, empiricism is just wrong. The scenario empiricist dogma would have us paint of early child education makes no sense of what actually happens. In the case of language, children in schools, and often before, from parents, do, of course, receive something that looks a bit like empiricist training, and they do need it to function in modern societies. What they need, and hopefully get, is help at advancing language skills, such as reading and writing. Unfortunately for empiricist dogma, though, to develop a child's language skills, he must have a language and an ample conceptual store in a mental dictionary already. Plausibly, children have these because they have an innate language faculty that develops automatically, and innate machinery that quickly mobilizes concepts, and linguistic sounds too. Similar points concern moral education. Research shows that children have an innate sense of fairness and of the impermissibility of committing assault. With language they have, then, the resources needed to develop into individuals who can critically assess government performance. Chomsky at the age of 10 used such resources to write in his school newspaper of the threat posed by fascism, particularly with regard to Spain. He used and uses those same resources still. Children in current educational institutions are not encouraged to do anything like that. They are encouraged instead to exercise their innate understanding of human intentions and performance in other areas, in sports, as participants and spectators, and in discussing. 50. Introduction to the third edition. The lives and pronouncements of celebrities. These areas of interest, along with video games, and many other forms of play offer opportunities for marketing, and they serve the interests of power. They can help induce jingoist attitudes, but at the very least, they distract attention. The educational implications of the RA view of mind are taken up briefly in C.L. and Chomsky's discussion of von Humboldt's work. While children need some help in coming to write and read, and educational institutions should provide this and other skills, such as those of mathematical calculation, and the like, what for the RA view they need most early in life is exposure to a wide range of experiences to give them opportunities to develop individual interests and talents, and encouragement to pursue these interests and talents. To paraphrase Kant and von Humboldt, the only way people can appreciate freedom and creativity is to experience it. Educational institutions should provide the opportunity to do that, even, and perhaps especially, during a child's early years. Discussing the political implications of the RA view of mind in full is beyond the scope of this introduction. For some details, see Ray A. 1995, McGilvray 1999, 2005. Here I will focus on how advances in recent years in Chomsky's RA, now biolinguistic, science of language supplement the long-standing Enlightenment moral and political view he expresses in C.L. Like others of or attracted to the Enlightenment, Chomsky aims to base his political views on reason. Unlike earlier figures, his views are enriched by a nascent science of mind in general, and in particular by a developed science of language with the biological foundation. His humanistic principles assume that humans are biological organisms endowed with a special capacity, language, that not only distinguishes humans from other creatures, but that seems to be central to explaining our cognitive creativity and flexibility. The language faculty likely, plausibly along with an innate moral sense that demands universality of application, constitutes what is distinctive about human nature. So as a result of the work of Chomsky and others in recent years, we now have a much better grip on what makes us human, on what is distinctive about our natures, than was earlier possible. Earlier, The most favored explanation of our distinctiveness pointed to reason. Now we can see that reason is commonsensical and scientific, that we can solve problems in these two ways, and that both depend heavily on language. We have a better grip on human nature, and it is obvious that the explanation we can give of what is distinctive about human nature, and how the species came to have such a nature, is within the reach of naturalistic research. There is no reason to appeal to mysterious powers given us by the gods. We are natural objects, as are other creatures, and have what we have as a result of evolution. And having a naturalistic conception of human nature in hand helps make sense of how one could define an ideal form of social organization, and justify, or criticize, current practices. It provides the social critic with an indispensable tool for proposing reform and redress. Introduction to the third edition. 51. Chomsky thinks of the task of constructing a view of an ideal form of social organization as that of constructing a vision, 1996, a vision that can be used to justify various projects. The vision he constructs assumes that people have basic needs, not only survival, but those needs that are distinctive to human beings. The latter needs consist of freedom, creativity, autonomy, and community with choice. These needs, he supposes with reason, are built into our natures as humans. Given the prominence of language in defining our natures and the creativity language enables, creativity, freedom is an obvious choice for someone aiming towards a form of self-fulfillment ethic. It is not difficult to understand too why community with choice figures prominently. People need to choose how they work, thereby choosing with whom they are going to cooperate in productive activity, who their friends are, and so on, and they enter such communities as autonomous individuals who maintain their autonomy. That is the need, but of course, the majority of today's workforce does not enjoy that autonomy and cannot satisfy that need. The majority consists of what many in the 19th century called wage slaves. Chomsky's vision of an ideal form of social organization is that of a system that maximizes the satisfactions of the exercise of individual freedom and of association with others in communities. It ends up with what he calls libertarian socialism or anarcho-syndicalism. He does not prescribe a specific form of organization. By focusing on fundamental human needs and their maximal satisfaction, he offers a justified strategy for improving. Anarcho-syndicalist or libertarian socialist visions offer guidance and a goal that can and no doubt must adapt to specific circumstances to come up with specific policies and proposals. Chomsky notes, for example, that while he is an anarchist, he currently suggests strengthening government control of corporations. Chomsky 1996. Private power is so entrenched at this point that only governments can control them. Chomsky seems to think that really, everyone has a sense of fundamental human needs. But it is not in the interests of those in power to let it surface, much less play a role in political action. With this in mind, it is significant that Chomsky's political works often focus on simply describing the actions of individuals in positions of power, and the performance of political institutions. His political works aid in a kind of consciousness-raising. The information he details is drawn from the major media, but prominently from other, generally more reliable, sources, including government and academic statistics concerning income levels, budget reports, and reliable alternative sources, NGOs, in-field researchers, etc. Presenting information that is ignored or heavily massaged by major media and detailing it, in the words of Irene Gentzier, in McGilvray 2005, engaging in historical retrieval, he exhibits to any reader or listener not in the grip of a secular religion the failings of individuals in power and the institutions they control. To easily recognize failings from descriptions alone presupposes that people have an idea of what good political institutions should look like, that is, of what they should do. 52. Introduction to the third edition. Political institutions are not natural objects or forces of nature. They are artifacts created by human beings to serve human interests and needs. They are supposed to serve interests and needs, and it does not take much discernment to see that current democracies are Madisonian, not Jeffersonian. These honor the view that those who own the country should run it. They serve the interests not of the great majority of the population, but of the managers and those with private power, currently, upper management in corporations, hedge fund players, holders of capital, and the like. Given this, Chomsky and Herman's model of corporate-run media, 1978, 1979, 1988, Chomsky 1988b, makes good sense. Corporate media personnel ensure that their position is maintained, that no one questions the fact that corporations should control the economy and effectively run the country. Apparently, people easily recognize that current democracies are Madisonian, and not genuine, Jeffersonian democracies. They are oligarchies and plutocracies. And they also know that democratic governments are supposed to serve the needs and interests of all their citizens, not just, or even primarily those of individuals with power. People are aware of those needs, for they have the tools, what Chomsky calls Cartesian common sense, to be aware of them. In a sum, Chomsky's naturalized science of human nature indicates that human beings are biologically constituted to be creative creatures who also choose to associate with others on conditions of autonomy. This science can, and if one wants to be reasonable, should, help justify a vision of how humans can best live together and meet their needs while doing so. Chomsky's science of human nature can serve as the key to renovating and establishing Enlightenment moral values. Cartesian Linguistics. A chapter in the History of Rationalist Thought. Noam Chomsky. Acknowledgements. This research was completed while I was a Fellow of the American Council of Learned Societies. It was supported in part by a grant from the National Institutes of Health, Grant No. MHO 512004 and Grant No. MHO 512005 to Harvard University, Center for Cognitive Studies. The collection of material was greatly facilitated by a grant from the Social Science Research Council. Much of the material in this essay was presented in a series of Christian Gauss seminars at Princeton University in 1965. I am grateful to the participants for many useful comments. I am also indebted to William Bottiglia, Maurice Halley, Roman Jacobson, Louis Kampf, Gerald Katz, and John Viertel for very valuable suggestions and criticism. 55. A brief, and sufficiently accurate, description of the intellectual life of the European races during the succeeding 2 centuries and a quarter up to our own times is that they have been living upon the accumulated capital of ideas provided for them by the genius of the 17th century. A. N. Whitehead, Science and the Modern World. Introduction. Whitehead's often quoted remark, cited here, provides a useful background for a discussion of the history of linguistics in the modern period. As applied to the theory of language structure, his assessment is quite correct with regard to the 18th and early 19th centuries. Modern linguistics, however, has self-consciously dissociated itself from traditional linguistic theory and has attempted to construct a theory of language in an entirely new and independent way. The contributions to linguistic theory of an earlier European tradition have in general been of little interest to professional linguists, who have occupied themselves with quite different topics within an intellectual framework that is not receptive to the problems that gave rise to earlier linguistic study or the insights that it achieved, and these contributions are by now largely unknown or regarded with concealed contempt. The few modern studies of the history of linguistics have typically taken the position that everything before the 19th century, not yet being linguistics, can be dealt with in a few lines. 1. In recent years, there has been a noticeable reawakening of interest in questions that were, in fact, studied in a serious and fruitful way during the 17th, 18th, and early 19th centuries, though rarely since. Furthermore, This return to classical concerns has led to a rediscovery of much that was well understood in this period, what I will call the period of Cartesian linguistics, for reasons that will be sketched below. A careful study of the parallels between Cartesian linguistics and certain contemporary developments can be rewarding in many ways. A full account of them would go well beyond the scope of this essay, and any attempt to give such an account would, furthermore, be quite premature, in a view of the sorry state of the field of the history of linguistics, itself in part a consequence of the disparagement of earlier work that has marked the modern period. I will limit myself here to something less ambitious, namely, a preliminary and fragmentary sketch of some of the leading ideas of Cartesian linguistics with no explicit analysis of its relation to current work that seeks to clarify and develop these ideas. The reader acquainted with current work in so-called generative grammar should have little difficulty in drawing these connections for himself. Two questions of current interest will, however, determine the general form of this. 57. 58. Cartesian linguistics. Sketch, that is, I will make no attempt to characterize Cartesian linguistics as it saw itself, 3, but rather will concentrate on the development of ideas that have re-emerged, quite independently, in current work. My primary aim is simply to bring to the attention of those involved in the study of generative grammar and its implications some of the little-known work which has bearing on their concerns and problems and which often anticipates some of their specific conclusions. This will be something of a composite portrait. There is no single individual who can be shown, on textual grounds, to have held all the views that will be sketched, perhaps Humboldt, who stands directly in the cross-currents of rationalist and romanticist thought and whose work is in many ways the culmination as well as the terminal point of these developments, comes closest to this. Furthermore, the aptness of the term Cartesian linguistics for these developments in linguistic theory may well be questioned, on several grounds. First, these developments have roots in earlier linguistic work. Second, several of the most active contributors to them would surely have regarded themselves as quite antagonistic to Cartesian doctrine. See Note 3. Third, Descartes himself devoted little attention to language, and his few remarks are subject to various interpretations. Each of these objections has some force. Still, it seems to me that there is, in the period under review here, a coherent and fruitful development of a body of ideas and conclusions regarding the nature of language in association with a certain theory of mind, and that this development can be regarded as an outgrowth of the Cartesian revolution. In any event, the aptness of the term is a matter of little interest. The important problem is to determine the exact nature of the capital of ideas accumulated in the pre-modern period, to evaluate the contemporary significance of this contribution, and to find ways to exploit it for advancing the study of language. Creative aspect of language use. Although Descartes makes only scant reference to language in his writings, certain observations about the nature of language play a significant role in the formulation of his general point of view. In the course of his careful and intensive study of the limits of mechanical explanation, which carried him beyond physics to physiology and psychology, Descartes was able to convince himself that all aspects of animal behavior can be explained on the assumption that an animal is an automaton. 5. In the course of this investigation, he developed an important and influential system of speculative physiology. But he arrived at the conclusion that man has unique abilities that cannot be accounted for on purely mechanistic grounds, although, to a very large extent, a mechanistic explanation can be provided for human bodily function and behavior. The essential difference between man and animal is exhibited most clearly by human language, in particular, by man's ability to form new statements which express new thoughts and which are appropriate to new situations. It is quite easy, in his view, to conceive of a machine so constructed so that it utters words, and even words which correspond to bodily actions causing a change in its organs. For instance, If you touch it in one place, it asks what you want of it. If you touch it in another place, it cries out that you are hurting it, and so on. But it is not conceivable that such a machine should produce different arrangements of words so as to give an appropriately meaningful answer to whatever is said in its presence, as the dullest of men can do. CSMI 39:6. This ability to use language must not be confused with natural movements which express passions and which can be imitated by machines as well as by animals. The crucial difference is that automata could never use words or put together other signs as we do in order to declare our thoughts for others. This is a specific human ability, independent of intelligence. Thus, it is quite remarkable that there are no men so dull-witted or stupid, and this includes even madmen, that they are incapable of arranging various words together and forming an utterance from them in order to make their thoughts understood, whereas there is no other animal, however perfect and well endowed it may be, that can do the same. CSMI 39-40. Nor can this distinction between man and animal be based on peripheral physiological differences. Thus Descartes goes on to point out that 59. 60. Cartesian linguistics. This does not happen because they lack the necessary organs, for we see that magpies and parrots can utter words as we do, and yet they cannot speak as we do, that is, they cannot show that they are thinking what they are saying. On the other hand, men born deaf and dumb, and thus deprived of speech organs as much as the beasts, or even more so, normally invent their own signs to make themselves understood by those who, being regularly in their company, have the time to learn their language. In short, then, man has a species-specific capacity, a unique type of intellectual organization which cannot be attributed to peripheral organs or related to general intelligence 7 and which manifests itself in what we may refer to as the creative aspect of ordinary language use, its property being both unbounded in scope and stimulus-free. Thus Descartes maintains that language is available for the free expression of thought or for appropriate response in any new context and is undetermined by any fixed association of utterances to external stimuli or physiological states, identifiable in any non-circular fashion. 8. Arguing from the presumed impossibility of a mechanistic explanation for the creative aspect of normal use of language, Descartes concludes that in addition to body it is necessary to attribute mind, a substance whose essence is thought, to other humans. From the arguments that he offers for the association of mind to bodies that bear a resemblance to his, it seems clear that the postulated substance plays the role of a creative principle alongside the mechanical principle that accounts for bodily function. Human reason, in fact, is a universal instrument which can serve for all contingencies, whereas the organs of an animal or machine have need of some special adaptation for any particular action. 9. The crucial role of language in Descartes' argument is brought out still more clearly in his subsequent correspondence. In his letter to the Marquis of Newcastle, 1646, he asserts that none of our external actions can show anyone who examines them that our body is not just a self-moving machine, but contains a soul with thoughts, with the exception of spoken words or other signs having reference to particular topics without expressing any passion. 10. The final condition is added to exclude cries of joy or sadness and the like, as well as whatever can be taught by training to animals. CSMK 303:11. He goes on, then, to repeat the arguments in the discourse on the method, emphasizing once again that there is no man so imperfect as not to use language for the expression of his thoughts and no animal so perfect as to use a sign to make other animals understand something which bore no relation to its passions, and, once again, pointing to the very perfection of animal instinct as an indication of lack of thought and as a proof that animals are mere automata. In a letter of 1649 to Henry Moore, he expresses himself in the following terms. But in my opinion the main reason for holding that animals lack thought is the following. Within a single species, some of them are more perfect than others, as humans are too. This can be seen in horses and dogs, some of which learn what a creative aspect of language use. 61. Are taught much better than others, and all animals easily communicate to us, by voice or bodily movement, their natural impulses of anger, fear, hunger, and so on. Yet in spite of all these facts, it has never been observed that any brute animal has attained the perfection of using real speech, that is to say, of indicating by word or sign something relating to thought alone and not to natural impulse. Such speech is the only certain sign of thought hidden in a body. All human beings use it, however stupid and insane they may be, even though they may have no tongue and organs of voice, but no animals do. Consequently, this can be taken as a real specific difference between humans and animals. CSMK 366 12,13. In summary, it is the diversity of human behavior, its appropriateness to new situations, and man's capacity to innovate, the creative aspect of language use providing the principal indication of this, that leads Descartes to attribute possession of mind to other humans, since he regards this capacity as beyond the limitations of any imaginable mechanism. Thus a fully adequate psychology requires the postulation of a creative principle alongside of the mechanical principle that suffices to account for all other aspects of the inanimate and animate world and for a significant range of human actions and passions as well. Descartes' observations on language in relation to the problem of mechanistic explanation were elaborated in an interesting study by Cordemai. 14. His problem in this study is to determine whether it is necessary to assume the existence of other minds. 15. A great deal of the complexity of human behavior is irrelevant to demonstrating that other persons are not mere automata, since it can be explained on hypothetical physiological terms, in terms of reflex and tropism. Limitations of such explanations are suggested by the fact that they confidently approach something that will destroy them, and abandon what could save them. p. 7. This suggests that their actions are governed by a will, like his own. That the best evidence is provided by speech, by the connection I find among the words I constantly hear them utter. For although I readily conceive that a mere machine could utter some words, I know at the same time that if there was a particular order among the springs that distribute the wind or open the pipes from which the sounds came, then they could never change it, so that as soon as the first sound is heard, those which usually follow it will also necessarily be heard, provided that the machine does not lack wind. Whereas the words I hear uttered by bodies constructed like mine almost never follow the same sequence. I observe moreover that these words are the same as those I would use to explain my thoughts to other subjects capable of conceiving them. Finally, the more I attend to the effect produced by my words when I utter them before these bodies, the more it seems they are understood, and the words they utter correspond so perfectly to the sense of my words that there is no reason to doubt that a soul produces in them what my soul produces in me. Pages 8 to 10. In short, Cordemai is arguing that there can be no mechanistic explanation for the novelty, coherence, and relevance of normal speech. He emphasizes 62. Cartesian linguistics. However, that can must be exercised in using the ability to speak as evidence for the inadequacy of mechanistic explanation. The fact that articulate sounds are produced or that utterances can be imitated in itself proves nothing, as this can be explained in mechanical terms. Nor is it of any relevance that natural signs may be produced that express internal states, or that specific signs may be produced that are contingent on the presence of external stimuli. It is only the ability to innovate, and to do so in a way which is appropriate to novel situations and which yields coherent discourse, that provides crucial evidence. To speak is not to repeat the same words that one has heard, but to utter different words in response to those. p. 19. to show that other persons are not automata, one must provide evidence that their speech manifests this creative aspect, that it is appropriate to whatever may be said by the experimenter. If I find, by all the observations I can make, that they use language, la parole, as I do, then I will have an infallible reason to believe that they have a soul as I do. p. 21. Possible types of experiment are then outlined. For example, one can construct new conventional signs, signes d'institution. I see that I can agree with others that what ordinarily signifies one thing will signify another, and that this has the result that only those with whom I make this agreement seem to understand what I am thinking. Pages 22 to 23. Similarly, evidence is provided. When I see that these bodies produce signs that bear no relation to their present state or to their preservation, when I see that these signs match those which I would produce to express my thoughts, when I see that they give me ideas which I did not have previously and which refer to things that I already had in mind, and finally when I see a close correlation between their signs and mine, pages 28 to 29. Or by behavior that indicates that they intended to deceive me, pages 30 to 31. Under such circumstances, when many experiments of this sort have succeeded, it will not be reasonable for me to believe that they are not like me. p. 29. Throughout, what is stressed is the innovative aspect of intelligent performance. Thus, the new thoughts that come through our conversations with other men are a sure sign to all of us that they have a mind like ours. p. 185. Our whole reason for believing that there are minds united with the bodies of men who speak to us is that they often give us new thoughts that we did not have, or they oblige us to change the thoughts that we did have. p. 187. Cordemoy consistently maintains that the experiments that revealed the limitations of mechanical explanation are those which involve the use of language, in particular, what we have called its creative aspect. In this, as in his discussion of the acoustic and articulatory basis for language use and the methods of conditioning, association, and reinforcement that may facilitate creative aspect of language use. 63. Acquisition of true language by humans and non-linguistic functional communication systems by animals. Cordemoy is working completely within the framework of Cartesian assumptions. For our purposes, what is important in this is the emphasis on the creative aspect of language use and on the fundamental distinction between human language and the purely functional and stimulus-bound animal communication systems, rather than the Cartesian attempts to account for human abilities. It is noteworthy that subsequent discussion rarely attempts to meet the Cartesian arguments regarding the limitations of mechanical explanation. Descartes argued that a thinking substance must be postulated to account for the facts that he cites. This proposal is generally countered by the claim that a more complex organization of the body is sufficient to account for human abilities, but no serious attempt is made to show how this might be possible, as Descartes, Cordemoy, and others tried to show how animal behavior and human bodily functions of many kinds can be explained on the basis of assumptions about physical organization. Lametry, for example, holds that man is simply the most complex of machines. He is to the ape and the cleverest of animals what the Huygens planetary clock is to one of Julian Leroy's watches. p. 34, Mam. p. 140. 16. There is, in his opinion, no difficulty in accounting for thought on mechanical principles. I believe thought to be so little incompatible with organized matter, that it seems to be one of its properties, like electricity, motive power, impenetrability, extension, etc. p. 35, Mam. pages 143 to 144. There should, furthermore, be no obstacle in principle to teaching an ape to speak. It is only a defect in the speech organs that stands in the way, and this can be overcome by proper training. p. 11, Mam. p. 100. I hardly doubt at all that if this animal were perfectly trained, we would succeed in teaching him. He might at last be taught to utter sounds and consequently to learn a language. Then he would no longer be a wild man, nor an imperfect man, but a perfect man, a little man of the town. p. 12, Mam. p. 103. Similarly, a talking machine is not beyond imagination. If it took Wilkinson more artistry to make his flautist than his duck, he would have needed even more to make a speaking machine, which can no longer be considered impossible. p. 34, Mam. pages 140 to 141. Several years before the publication of Wilhelm Machine, in a slight and presumably only semi-serious work, Bagent produced one of the very few attempts to refute explicitly the Cartesian argument that human and animal language differ in a fundamental way. 17 But his supposed counter-argument merely reaffirms the Cartesian position regarding human and animal language. He bases his claim that animals speak and understand each other just as well as we do, and sometimes better, p. 4, on the grounds that they can be trained to respond to signals, that they exhibit their various feelings by external signs, that they can work in cooperation, for example, beavers, to whom he ascribes a 64. Cartesian Linguistics. Language that has much in common with those language games that Wittgenstein regards as primitive forms of human language. However, he recognizes that the language of animals is entirely limited to expressing feelings of their passions, which may all be reduced to a small number, p. 152. It is necessary that they always repeat the same expression, and that this repetition last as long as the object occupies their attention, p. 123. They have no abstract or metaphysical ideas. They have only direct cognitions that are completely limited to the material objects that strike their senses. Man is infinitely superior in his language, as in his ideas, being incapable of expressing himself without composing his speech of proper names and relative terms, which determine its sense and application. p. 154. Animals, in effect, have only names for various passions that they feel, p. 155. They cannot produce a phrase which is personalized and composite, personifiet composi, as we do, p. 156. Why has nature given animals the faculty of speech? Solely so they can express to each other their desires and feelings, and thereby satisfy their needs and whatever may be necessary for their preservation. I know that language in general has quite a different objective, which is to express ideas, cognitions, reflections, reasonings. But whatever theory one holds regarding the knowledge of animals, it is certain that nature has endowed them with knowledge only of what is useful to them or necessary for the survival of the species and of individuals, consequently, with no abstract ideas, no metaphysical reasoning, no inquiry or curiosity about the objects surrounding them, no knowledge except how to conduct themselves, keep well, avoid whatever may harm them, and acquire goods. Nor has one never seen them engaged in public discussion, or argument about causes and effects. They know only the life of an animal. Pages 99 to 100. In short, animal language remains completely within the bounds of mechanical explanation as this was conceived by Descartes and Demi. Evidently, neither Lamartine nor Bagent comes to grips with the problem raised by Descartes, the problem posed by the creative aspect of language use, by the fact that human language, being free from control by identifiable external stimuli or internal physiological states, can serve as a general instrument of thought and self-expression rather than merely as a communicative device of report, request, or command. 18 Modern attempts to deal with the problem of intelligent behavior are hardly more satisfactory. Ryle, for example, in his critique of Descartes' myth 19 simply avoids the issue entirely. He claims that the Cartesians should have been asking by what criteria intelligent behavior is actually distinguished from non-intelligent behavior, p. 21, rather than seeking an explanation for the former. Properly understood, these are not mutually exclusive alternatives. The criteria the trial discusses differ little, in principle, from Cordemai's proposed experiments, but whereas Ryle is content simply to cite the fact that intelligent behavior has certain creative aspect of language use. 65. Properties, 20. The Cartesians were concerned with the problem of accounting for such behavior in the face of their inability to provide an explanation in mechanical terms. It can hardly be claimed that we have advanced significantly beyond the 17th century in determining the characteristics of intelligent behavior, the means by which it is acquired, the principles that govern it, or the nature of the structures that underlie it. One may choose to ignore these problems, but no coherent argument has been offered that suggests that they are either unreal or beyond investigation. Modern linguistics has also failed to deal with the Cartesian observations regarding human language in any serious way. Bloomfield, for example, observes that in a natural language the possibilities of combination are practically infinite, so that there is no hope of accounting for language use on the basis of repetition or listing. But he has nothing further to say about the problem beyond the remark that the speaker utters new forms on the analogy of similar forms which he has heard. 21. Simile, Hockett attributes innovation completely to analogy. 22. Similar remarks can be found in Paul, Sausch, Jespersen, and many others. To attribute the creative aspect of language use to analogy or grammatical patterns is to use these terms in a completely metaphorical way, with no clear sense and with no relation to the technical usage of linguistic theory. It is no less empty than Ryle's description of intelligent behavior as an exercise of powers and dispositions of some mysterious sort, or the attempt to account for the normal, creative use of language in terms of generalization or habit or conditioning. A description in these terms is incorrect if the terms have anything like their technical meanings, and highly misleading otherwise, insofar as it suggests that the capacities in question can somehow be accounted for as just a more complicated case of something reasonably well understood. We have seen that the Cartesian view, as expressed by Descartes and Cordemais as well as by such professed anti-Cartesians as Beauchamp, is that in its normal use, human language is free from stimulus control and does not serve a merely communicative function, but is rather an instrument for the free expression of thought and for appropriate response to new situations. 23. These observations concerning what we have been calling the creative aspect of language use are elaborated in several ways in the 18th and early 19th centuries, as we shall see directly. At the same time, Descartes' second test for determining whether automata are real men is also reinterpreted within the context of the great chain of being. Descartes makes a sharp distinction between man and animal, arguing that animal behavior is a matter of instinct and that the perfection and specificity of animal instinct make it subject to mechanical explanation. A characteristic subsequent view is that there is a gradation of intelligence and that perfection of instinct varies inversely with intellectual ability. Telemetry, for example, it seems to be a universal. 66. Cartesian Linguistics. Law of nature that the more one gains in intelligence, du côté de l'esprit, the more one loses in instinct, p. 99. Cf. Note 7, 29. The two Cartesian tests, possession of language, diversity of action, are interrelated by Herder, in an original way, in his influential prize essay on the origin of language. 24. Like Descartes, Herder argues that human language is different in kind from exclamations of passion and that it cannot be attributed to superior organs of articulation, nor, obviously, can it have its origins in imitation of nature or in an agreement to form language. 25. Rather, language is a natural property of the human mind. But nature does not provide man with an instinctive language, or an instinctive faculty of language, or a faculty of reason of which language is a reflection. Man's fundamental quality is, rather, weakness of instinct, and man is clearly far inferior to animals in strength and certainty of instinct. But instinct and refinement of sense and skill correlate with narrowness of the scope and sphere of life and experience, with their focusing of all sensitivity and all power of representation on a narrow fixed area, pages 15 to 16. The following can be taken as a general principle. The sensitivity, capability, and productive drive of animals increase in power and intensity in inverse proportion to the magnitude and diversity of their sphere of activity, pages 16 to 17. But man's faculties are less acute, more varied and more diffuse. Man does not have an unvaried and narrow sphere of activity, where only one task awaits him, p. 17. He is not, in other words, under the control of external stimuli and internal drives and compelled to respond in a perfect and specific way. This freedom from instinct and from stimulus control is the basis for what we call human reason. If man had the drives of animals, he could not have in him what we now call reason, since such drives would unknowingly pull his forces towards a single point, so that he would have no free sphere of awareness. p. 22. It is this very weakness of instinct that is man's natural advantage, that makes him a rational being. If man cannot be an instinctive animal, he must, enabled by the freely working positive power of his soul, become a reflective creature. p. 22. In compensation for his weakness of instinct and sense, man receives the advantage of freedom. p. 20. No longer inevitably a machine in the hands of nature, he himself becomes the purpose and the objective of his efforts. p. 20. Free to reflect and to contemplate, man is able to observe, compare, distinguish essential properties, identify, and name. pp. 23f. It is in this sense that language, and the discovery of language, is natural to man. p. 23. That the human being is formed to be a creature of language. p. 43. On the one hand, Herder observes that man has no innate language. Man does not speak by nature. On the other hand, language, in his view, is so specifically a product of man's particular intellectual organization that he is able to claim, if I were to gather up all the loose ends and display that fabric called human nature, definitely a linguistic weave. The resolution of the apparent paradox lies in creative aspect of language use. 67. His attempt to account for human language as a consequence of the weakness of human instinct. Descartes had described human reason as a universal instrument which can be used in all kinds of situations. 26. And which therefore provides for unbounded diversity of free thought and action. 27. Herder does not regard reason as a faculty of the mind at all, but defines it rather as the freedom from stimulus control, and he attempts to show how this natural advantage makes it possible, in fact, necessary. p. 25. For humans to develop language. Somewhat before Herder, James Harris had given a characterization of rationality in terms rather similar to his, that is, as freedom from instinct, rather than as a faculty with fixed properties. Harris distinguishes between the human principle, which he calls reason, and the brutal principle, which he calls instinct, in the following passage. Mark then the difference between human powers and brutal. The leading principle of brutes appears to tend in each species to one single purpose. To this, in general, it uniformly arrives, and here, in general, it as uniformly stops. It needs no precepts or discipline to instruct it, nor will it easily be changed, or admit a different direction. On the contrary, the leading principle of man is capable of infinite directions, is convertible to all sorts of purposes, equal to all sorts of subjects, neglected, remains ignorant, and void of every perfection, cultivated, becomes adorned with sciences, and arts, can raise us to excel, not only brutes, but our own kind, with respect to our other powers and faculties, can instruct us how to use them, as well as those of the various natures, which we see existing around us. In a word, to oppose the two principles to each other, the leading principle of man is multiform, originally uninstructed, pliant and docile. The leading principle of brutes is uniform, originally instructed, but, in most instances afterward, inflexible and indocile. 28. Thus we may say that man is by nature a rational animal, meaning by this nothing more than that he is free from the domination of instinct. 29. A concern from the creative aspect of language use persists through the Romantic period, in relation to the general problem of true creativity, in the full sense of this term. 30a. W. Schlegel's remarks on language in his Künstler 31 give a characteristic expression to these developments. In discussing the nature of language, he begins by observing that speech does not relate merely to external stimuli or goals. The words of language, for example, may arouse in the speaker and hearer ideas, Vorstellungen, of things that they have not directly perceived but know only by verbal description, or that they aren't able to intuit sensuously at all because they exist in an intellectual, geistigen, world. Words may also designate abstracted properties and relations of the speaker to the hearer and to the topic of discourse, and relations among the elements of the latter. In combining our thoughts and ideas we use words with such subtle meanings that to clarify them would disconcert a philosopher. Still, they are used freely by the uninstructed and the unintelligent. 68. Cartesian Linguistics. We fit all these words together in ways that allow others to not merely understand our purpose but glimpse our innermost feelings. In this way we excite the most diverse passions, affirm or negate moral decisions, and incite a crowd to collective action. The greatest things as well as the least significant, the greatest marvel never before heard, indeed the most impossible and unthinkable things, slide off our tongues with equal ease. So characteristic of language is this freedom from external control or practical end, for Schlegel, that he elsewhere 32 proposes that anything by means of which the inner manifests itself outwardly is rightly called language. From this conception of language, it is only a short step to the association of the creative aspect of language use with true artistic creativity. 33 Echoing Rousseau and Herder, Schlegel describes language as the most marvelous creation of the poetic faculty of the human being, Sprachende Poetik, p. 145. Language as an ever-becoming, self-transforming, unending poem of the entire human race, Künstler, p. 226. This poetic quality is characteristic of the ordinary use of language, which can never be so completely depoetized that it should find itself scattered into the abundance of poetical elements, even in the case of the most calculating and rational use of linguistic signs, all the more so in the case of everyday life, in impetuous, immediate, often passionate colloquial language. Ibid, p. 228. There would have been little difficulty, he continues, in demonstrating to Molière's M. that he spoke poetry as well as prose. The poetical quality of ordinary language derives from its independence of immediate stimulation of the physically perceivable universe, and its freedom from practical ends. These characteristics, along with the boundlessness of language as an instrument of free self-expression, are essentially those emphasized by Descartes and his followers. But it is interesting to trace, in slightly greater detail, the argument by which Schlegel goes on to relate what we have called the creative aspect of language use to true creativity. Art, like language, is unbounded in its expressive potentiality. 34 But, Schlegel argues, poetry has a unique status among the arts in this respect. It, in a sense, underlies all the others and stands as the fundamental and typical art form. We recognize this unique status when we use the term poetical to refer to the quality of true imaginative creation in any of the arts. The explanation for the central position of poetry lies in its association with language. Poetry is unique in that its very medium is unbounded and free, that is, its medium, language, is a system with unbounded innovative potentialities for the formation and expression of ideas. The production of any work of art is preceded by a creative mental act for which the means are provided by language. Thus the creative use of language, which, under certain conditions of form and organization, constitutes poetry, cf. p. 231, accompanies and underlies any act of the creative imagination, no matter what the medium in which it is realized. In this way, poetry achieves its unique status. Creative aspect of language use. 69. Among the arts, an artistic creativity is related to the creative aspect of language use. 35. Compare Hardy's third kind of wit, see note 9. Schlegel distinguishes human from animal language in the typical Cartesian manner. Thus he observes that one cannot attribute man's linguistic ability to the natural disposition of his organs. Various species share to a certain extent with human beings the ability, although totally mechanical, to learn language. By means of training and frequent repetition, a stimulus towards certain reactions is brought about in their organs, but they never use the words they learned autonomously, even though it might seem so, in order to designate, and their speech is just as little an authentic language as the sounds produced by a speaking machine. p. 236. We cannot draw analogies between human and animal intellectual function. Animals live in a world of states of affairs, sustained, not of objects, judge and stand, in the human sense. The same is true, in part, of young children, which accounts from the confused and incoherent character of even the liveliest childhood memories. The animal dependency, der Risabhängigkeit, is, for Schlegel, sharply opposed to the spontaneous principle, Selbstbestimmungs-Prinzip, of rational volition, Verständige Willkür, that characterizes human mental life. It is this principle that provides the basis for human language. It leads to search for coherence and unity in experience, to comparison of sensible impers, sons, which requires mental signs, of some sort, and to the unique human capacity and need through language to want to refer to even those things that cannot be given in any sensuous intuition. What results is a human language, which serves primarily as the organ of thought, as a means of reflection and only derivatively for the purposes of social communication, pages 237 to 241. The Cartesian emphasis on the creative aspect of language use, as their essential and defining characteristic of human language, finds its most forceful expression in Humboldt's attempt to develop a comprehensive theory of general linguistics. 36. Humboldt's characterization of language as Energie, activity, Tätigkeit, rather than Organ, product, work. 37. As a generative activity, Einübung, rather than a lifeless product, Eintodsersatz, extends and elaborates, often, in almost the same words, the formulations typical of Cartesian linguistics and Romantic philosophy of language and aesthetic theory. For Humboldt, the only true definition of language is a productive activity, Eingenetis. It is the ever-repeated mental labor, Arbeit des Geistes, of making articulated sound capable of expressing thought. p. 57. 38. There is a constant and uniform factor underlying this mental labor. It is this which Humboldt calls the form of language. 39. It is only the underlying laws of generation that are fixed, in language. The scope and manner in which their generative process may operate in the actual production of speech, or in speech perception, which Humboldt regards as a partially analogous performance. See pages 105 to 106 below, are totally undetermined. See Note 38. 70. Cartesian Linguistics. The concept of form includes the rules of speech articulation, Redefinition, as well as the rules of word formation, Wortbildung, and the rules of formation of the concepts that determine the class of root words, Grundwörter, p. 61. In contrast, the substance, Stoff, of language is unarticulated sound and the totality of sense impressions and spontaneous mental activities that precede the creation of the concept with the aid of language, p. 61. The form of language is a systematic structure. It contains no individual elements as isolated components but incorporates them only insofar as a method of language formation can be discovered in them, p. 62. The fixed mechanisms that, in their systematic and unified representation, constitute the form of the language must enable it to produce an indefinite range of speech events corresponding to the conditions imposed by thought processes. The domain of language is infinite and boundless, the essence of all that can be thought, p. 122. Consequently, the fundamental property of a language must be its capacity to use its finitely specifiable mechanisms for an unbounded and unpredictable set of contingencies. It must therefore make infinite use of finite means, and is able to do so through the productive power that is the identity of language and thought, p. 122. Not even the lexicon of a language can, according to Humboldt, be regarded as an inert completed mass. Even apart from the formation of new words, the use of the lexicon by the speaker or the hearer involves the continuous generation and regeneration of the word-making capacity, pages 125 to 126. This is true of the original formation of the language and its acquisition by children, and it is also true of the daily use of speech, cf. Note 25. He thus regards the lexicon, not as a memorized list from which words are simply extracted as language has used. No human memory would be equal to this, if the soul did not simultaneously carry by instinct within itself the key to the formation of the words themselves, but rather as based on certain organizing generative principles that produce their appropriate items on given occasions. It is from such an assumption that he develops his well-known view that, in modern terms, concepts are organized in terms of certain semantic fields and that they receive their value in terms of their relation to the principles that determine this system. Speech is an instrument of thought and self-expression. It plays an eminent and constitutive role in determining the nature of man's cognitive processes, his thinking and, through thought, creative power, Denkend und im Denkenskapferiskraft, p. 36, his worldview and processes of tying together thoughts, Gedankenverknüpfung, p. 50. More generally, a human language as an organized totality is interposed between man and the nature that affects him, both inwardly and outwardly, p. 74. Although languages have universal properties, attributable to human mentality as such, nevertheless each language provides a thought world and a point of view of a unique sort. In attributing such a role in the determination of mental processes. Creative aspect of language use. 71. To individual languages, Humboldt departs radically from the framework of Cartesian linguistics, of course, and adopts a point of view that is more typically Romantic. Humboldt does remain within the Cartesian framework, however, insofar as he regards language primarily as a means of thought and self-expression rather than as an animal-like functional communication system, when he maintains, for example, that man surrounds himself with a world of sounds, so as to take up and process within himself a world of objects, p. 74. Thus even in its beginnings, language is extended unthinkingly to all objects of casual sense perception and inner concern, p. 75, Humboldt 1999, 60. He regards it as a mistake to attribute language primarily to the need for mutual assistance. Man is not so needy, and inarticulate sounds would suffice for the rendering of assistance. There are, to be sure, purely practical uses of language, as, for example, if a man orders a tree to be felled and thinks of nothing by that term but the trunk that he designates, p. 220. The same words might, however, have an enhanced significance if they were used in a description of nature or in a poem, for example, in which case the words are not used simply as instruments or with a purely referential function, and not used in a localized activity of the soul for a limited purpose but are rather referred to the inner whole of thought, association and feeling, p. 221, Humboldt 1999, 156. It is only in the latter case that the full resources of language are used in forming or interpreting speech, that all aspects of the lexical and grammatical structure of an utterance make their full contribution to its interpretation. The purely practical use of language is characteristic of no real human language, but only of invented parasitic systems. 40. In developing the notion of form of language as a generative principle, fixed and unchanging, determining the scope and providing the means for the unbounded set of individual creative acts that constitute normal language use, Humboldt makes an original and significant contribution to linguistic theory, a contribution that unfortunately remained unrecognized and unexploited until fairly recently. 41. The nature of Humboldt's contribution can be appreciated by comparing his notion of form to that developed in Harris's Hermes, 1751, for example. For Harris, the language is essentially a system of words. Their meanings, the ideas of which they are the symbols, constitute the form of language, their sound, its matter, substance. Harris's notion of form is modeled on a classical pattern, the underlying conception being that of shape or orderly arrangement. But in his work on language, Harris does not suggest that a description of its form requires more than a specification of elements, categories, and the association of the content elements to expression elements. He does not, in other words, give any indication of grasping Humboldt's insight that language is far more than pattern organization of elements of various types, and that any adequate description of it must refer these elements to their 72. Cartesian Linguistics. Finite system of generative principles which determine the individual linguistic elements and their interrelations, and which underlie the infinite variety of linguistic acts that can be meaningfully performed. 42. The development of Humboldt's notion of form of language must be considered against the background of the intensive discussion during the Romantic period of the distinction between mechanical form and organic form. A.W. Schlegel makes the distinction in the following way. Form is mechanical when, through external force, it is imparted to any material merely as an accidental addition without reference to its quality, as, for example, when we give a particular shape to a soft mass that it may retain the same after its induration. Organical form, again, is innate, it unfolds itself from within, acquires its determination contemporaneously with the perfect development of the germ. 43. In Coleridge's paraphrase, the form is mechanic, when on any given material we impress a predetermined form, not necessarily arising out of the properties of the material, as when to a mass of wet clay we give whatever shape we wish it to retain when hardened. The organic form, on the other hand, is innate, it shapes, as it develops, itself from within, and the fullness of its development is one and the same with the perfection of its outward form. Such as the life is, such is the form. Nature, the prime genial artist, inexhaustible in diverse powers, is equally inexhaustible in forms. Each exterior is the physiognomy of the being within, its true image reflected and thrown out from the concave mirror. 44. The context, in both cases, is an investigation of how individual works of genius are constrained by rule and law. Humboldt's concept of the organic form of language, and its role in determining the individual creations of speech, is a natural byproduct of the discussion of organic and mechanical form, particularly in the light of the connection that had already been drawn between artistic creativity and the creative aspect of language use, cf. pages 61 to 62, above. 45. The parallel between Humboldt's notion of organic form in language and Goethe's much earlier theory of form in biology, 46, is also quite striking. The concept of form was intended as a new dimension beyond the static concept of form of Linz and Cuvier, for example, namely, the concept of form as structure and organization. But, at least at one stage of his thought, Goethe took this dimension to be one of logical rather than temporal order. In a letter to Herder, in 1787, Goethe writes, "The primordial plant is the most marvelous created thing in the world, and nature herself should envy me it. With this model and its key one is able thereby to invent other plants ad infinitum, which must be consistent with the model. That is, even if these invented plants do not exist, they could exist. They are not, for example, pictorial law poetic shadows and illusions, they rather have an inner truth and necessity. The same law applies to all other living beings. 47. Thus, the form is a kind of generative principle that determines the class of physically possible organisms, and, in elaborating this notion, Goethe tried to creative aspect of language use. 73. Formulate principles of coherence and unity which characterize this class and which can be identified as a constant and unvarying factor beneath all the superficial modifications determined by variation in environmental conditions. Cf. Magnus, Op. Cit. Chap. 7. For some relevant material, in a similar way, Humboldt's linguistic form constrains all individual acts of speech production or perception in a particular language, and, more generally, the universal aspects of grammatical form determine the class of possible languages. 48. Finally, we should note that Humboldt's conception of language must be considered against the background provided by his writings on social and political theory 49 and the concept of human nature that underlies them. Humboldt has been described as the most prominent representative in Germany of the doctrine of natural rights and of the opposition to the authoritarian state. 50. His denunciation of excessive state power, and of any sort of dogmatic faith, is based on his advocacy of the fundamental human right to develop a personal individuality through meaningful creative work and unconstrained thought. Naturally, freedom is the necessary condition without which even the most soul-satisfying occupation cannot produce any wholesome effects of the sort. Whatever task is not chosen of man's free will, whatever constrains or even only guides him, does not become part of his nature. It remains forever alien to him. If he performs it, he does so not with true humane energy but with mere mechanical skill. Cowan, Op. Cit. Pages 46 to 47. Under the condition of freedom from external control, all peasants and craftsmen could be transformed into artists, that is, people who love their craft for its own sake, who refine it with a self-guided energy and inventiveness, and who in so doing cultivate their own intellectual energies, ennoble their character, and increase their enjoyments. This way humanity would be ennobled by the very things which now, however beautiful they might be, degrade it. Ibid. p. 45. The urge for self-realization is man's basic human need, as distinct from his merely animal needs. One who fails to recognize this ought justly to be suspected of failing to recognize human nature for what it is and of wishing to turn men into machines. Ibid. p. 42. But state control is incompatible with this human need. It is fundamentally coercive, and therefore it produces monotony and uniformity, and alienates people's actions from their own character. Ibid. p. 41. so bring ein for my Kiet and ein fremd Handlungsweise. This is why true reason cannot desire for man any condition other than that in which every individual enjoys the most absolute, unbounded freedom to develop himself out of himself, in true individuality, Ibid, p. 39. On the same grounds, he points to the pernicious results of limitations upon freedom of thought and the harm done if the government takes a positive promoting hand in the business of religious worship, Ibid, pages 30 to 31, or if it interferes in higher education, Ibid, pp. 133f, or if it regulates personal relations of any sort. 74. Cartesian Linguistics. For example, marriage, Ibid, p. 50, and so on. Furthermore, the rights in question are intrinsically human and are not to be limited to the few in any nation. There is something utterly degrading to humanity in the very thought that some human being's right to be human could be abrogated, Ibid, p. 33. To determine whether the fundamental human rights are being honored, we must consider not just what a person does, but the conditions under which he does it, whether it is done under external control or spontaneously, to fulfill an inner need. If a man acts in a purely mechanical way, we may admire what he does, but we despise what he is, Ibid, p. 37. 51. It is clear, then, that Humboldt's emphasis on the spontaneous and creative aspects of language use derives from a much more general concept of human nature, a concept which he did not originate but which he developed and elaborated in original and important ways. As remarked above, Humboldt's effort to reveal the organic form of language, the generative system of rules and principles that determines each of its isolated elements, has little impact on modern linguistics, with one significant exception. The structuralist emphasis on language as a system where everything holds together is conceptually, at least, a direct outgrowth of the concern for organic form in Humboldtian linguistics. For Humboldt, the language is not to be regarded as a mass of isolated phenomena, words, sounds, individual speech productions, etc., but rather as an organism in which all parts are interconnected and the role of each element is determined by its relation to the generative processes that constitute the underlying form. In modern linguistics, with its almost exclusive restriction of attention to inventories of elements and fixed patterns, the scope of organic form is far more narrow than in the Humboldtian conception. But within this more narrow frame, the notion of organic interconnection was developed and applied to linguistic materials in a way that goes far beyond anything suggested in Humboldt. For modern structuralism, the dominant assumption is that a phonological system, in particular, is not the mechanical sum of isolated phonemes, but an organic whole of which the phonemes are the members and of which the structure is subject to laws. 52. These further developments are familiar, and I will say nothing more about them here. As noted above, the form of language, for Humboldt, embraces the rules of syntax and word formation as well as the sound system and the rules that determine the system of concepts that constitute the lexicon. He introduces a further distinction between the form of a language and what he calls its character. It seems to me that, as he employs this term, the character of a language is determined by the manner in which it is used, in particular, in poetry and philosophy, and the inner character, p. 208, of a language must be distinguished from its syntactic and semantic structure, which are matters of form, not use, without changing the language in its sounds, and still less in its creative aspect of language use. 75. Forms and laws, time, through a growing evolution of ideas, a heightened power of thought, and a more deeply penetrating capacity for feeling, will often bring into a language what it did not formerly possess. p. 116, Humboldt 1999, 86-7. Thus a great writer or thinker can modify the character of the language and enrich its means of expression without affecting its grammatical structure. The character of a language is closely related to other elements of the national character and is a highly individual creation. For Humboldt, as for his Cartesian and Romantic precursors, the normal use of language typically involves creative mental acts, but it is the character of a language rather than its form that reflects true creativity in a higher sense, in the sense that implies value as well as novelty. For all his concern with the creative aspect of language use and with form as generative process, Humboldt does not go on to face the substantive question, what is the precise character of organic form in language? He does not, so far as I can see, attempt to construct particular generative grammars or to determine the general character of any such system, the universal schema to which any particular grammar conforms. In this respect, his work in general linguistics does not reach the levels achieved by some of his predecessors, as we shall see directly. His work is also marred by unclarity regarding several fundamental questions, in particular, regarding the distinction between the rule-governed creativity which constitutes the normal use of language and which does not modify the form of the language at all, and the kind of innovation that leads to a modification in the grammatical structure of the language. These defects have been recognized and, to some extent, overcome in more recent work. Furthermore, in his discussion of generative processes in language, it is often unclear whether what he has in mind is underlying competence or performance. Aristotle's first or second grade of actuality of form, De Anima, Book 2, Chap. 1. This classical distinction has been re-emphasized in modern work. See Note 2, and references given there. The concept of generative grammar, in the modern sense, is a development of the Humboldtian notion of form of language only if the latter is understood as form in the sense of possession of knowledge rather than actual exercise of knowledge, in Aristotelian terms. See Note 39. It should, incidentally, be noted that the failure to formulate rules of sentence construction in a precise way was not simply an oversight of Cartesian linguistics. To some extent it was a consequence of the express assumption that the sequence of words in a sentence corresponds directly to the flow of thought, at least in a well-designed language, 53, and is therefore not properly studied as part of grammar. In the Grammaea Generale it is maintained that, except for the figurative use of language, there is little to be said in grammar regarding rules of sentence construction, p. 145. In Lamy's Rhetoric, shortly after omission of any discussion of the order of words and the rules that must be observed in the composition of speech is justified on the grounds that there. 76. Cartesian Linguistics. Natural light shows so vividly what must be done that no further specification is necessary, p. 25. 54. At about the same time, Bishop Wilkins 55 distinguishes those constructions that are merely customary, take one's heels and fly away, hajadet, be brought to heel, etc., from those which follow the natural sense and order of the words and therefore need no special discussion, p. 354, for example, the arrangement of subject, verb, and object, or subject, copula, and adjective, or the ordering of grammatical and transcendental particles relative to the items they govern, etc., p. 354. At the opposite pole from the belief in natural order is the view that each language contains an arbitrary collection of patterns learned through constant repetition and generalization, and forming a set of verbal habits or dispositions. The belief that language structure and language use can somehow be described in these terms underlies much of the modern study of language and verbal behavior, often coupled with the denial of the possibility of useful cross-linguistic generalizations in syntax. See pages 57 to 58, above. Like the reliance on a presumed natural order, it has helped foster a neglect of the problem of specifying the grammatical form of particular languages or the general abstract schema to which each language must conform. 56. In summary, one fundamental contribution of what we have been calling Cartesian linguistics is the observation that human language, in its normal use, is free from the control of independently identifiable external stimuli or internal states and is not restricted to any practical communicative function, in contrast, for example, to the pseudo-language of animals. It is thus free to serve as an instrument of free thought and self-expression. The limitless possibilities of thought and imagination are reflected in the creative aspect of language use. Language provides finite means but infinite possibilities of expression constrained only by rules of concept formation and sentence formation, these being in part particular and idiosyncratic but in part universal, a common human endowment. The finitely specifiable form of each language, in modern terms, its generative grammar, cf. Note 39, provides an organic unity interrelating its basic elements and underlying each of its individual manifestations, which are potentially infinite in number. The dominant view throughout this period is that languages are the best mirror of the human mind. 57. This virtual identification of linguistic and mental processes is what motivates the Cartesian test for the existence of other minds. Discussed above, it finds expression throughout the Romantic period. For Friedrich Schlegel, mind and language are so inseparable, thought and word are so essentially one, that, just as certainly as thoughts are considered to be their characteristic privilege of humankind, we can call the word, in accordance with its inner meaning and dignity, the original essence of man. 58. We have already made reference to Humboldt's conclusion that the force that generates language is indistinguishable from that which generates thought. Echoes of this creative aspect of language use. 77. Conclusion persist for some time, 59, but they become less frequent as we enter the modern period. The association of language and mind, it should be noted, is regarded rather differently in the earlier and later phases of the period under review. The earlier view is that the structure of language reflects the nature of thought so closely that the science of language differs hardly at all from that of thought. Views A. P. X. 60. The creative aspect of language use is accounted for on the basis of this assumption. 61. On the other hand, the observation that language serves as a medium of thought begins to be rephrased as the view that language has a constitutive function with respect to thought. Lametry, for example, in discussing how the brain compares and relates the images that it discerns, concludes that its structure is such that once the signs of objects and their differences have been traced or imprinted on the brain, the soul necessarily examines their relations. 62. An examination that would have been impossible without the discovery of signs or the invention of language. Op. Cit. p. 105. Prior to the discovery of language, things could only be perceived in a vague or superficial way. We have already referred to Humboldt's view that man lives primarily with objects. Indeed, since feeling and acting in him depend on his presentations, Vorstellungen, he actually does so exclusively, as language presents them to him. Op. Cit. p. 74, Humboldt 1999, 60. Under the impact of the new relativism of the Romantics, the conception of language as a constitutive medium for thought undergoes a significant modification, and the notion that language difference can lead to differences, even incomparability in mental processes, is explored. 63. This development, however, is not part of our main theme. Its modern elaboration is familiar, and I will discuss it no further here. Deep and surface structure. We have observed that the study of the creative aspect of language use develops from the assumption that linguistic and mental processes are virtually identical, language providing the primary means for free expression of thought and feeling, as well as for the functioning of the creative imagination. Similarly, much of the substantive discussion of grammar, throughout the development of what we have been calling Cartesian